deliver the services. That is our mandate. Our call is to deliver. That's the trust. People will pray all night, go to where Achimota Forest, right? Kwesi, you know that. Yeah, they go to Achimota Forest to pray for jobs, and when they have secured a job, when they are serving people, they behave as though they are doing the people a favor. I don't understand. I don't understand. So we are servants of the state, or the public. I mean, we're servants of the state, and we must actually deliver the services. So professionalism then will be equal to credibility plus performance. That's professionalism. Maintain high level of credibility, and you perform. It is not always the case that enthusiasm is what it is that we need, because I always argue that enthusiasm alone does not grow cassava. Enthusiasm alone doesn't grow cassava. You know, cassava sticks, when you cut cassava sticks down, it takes the initiator to know how the cassava sticks are put on the ground. It's not just enthusiasm, it's also based on know-how. If you give me cassava sticks right now, I can cut it in a way that if you don't know, you can be confused. You know how to plant it. But if you take, so I will observe it. When I take it, I know where it should go. I hope you understand, and plant it. There are times I take people to the farm to demonstrate to them that enthusiasm alone does not grow cassava. I cut the plant and I ask them to plant 10. Sometimes 8 of them, they've turned them upside down. I said, when you go, respect the farmer, because you see, you are a graduate, but you have no idea how this, so respect. That is why you and I must agree that within our space, the institutions are like the mobile phone, like a system made up of several units that interact to perform a function. A malfunctioning in one system or unit affect the functioning of the entire system. Like if I have 1,000 or let's say 10,000 cedis worth of credit on this phone and the battery is down, it's useless. This phone, for the time being that the battery is down, is useless. If the screen is not working, you can pick even a call, you can pick even scam calls you will not know, right? If you have a new handset, you don't have a chip, it's a handset, useless. So treat everybody well, from a messenger to your head of institution must be treated well, because they matter. Very important. Quickly, so I will rush through this, and I'll do this in the next 10, 11 minutes, and I will be done. So we are looking at proper stewardship of public funds. Accurate and timely financial reporting, something that for the other day related to. Because timing, I mean, if you are not reporting, what are we doing? Because it is, that's what I'm saying, that your finished product becomes somebody's raw material. And so if you don't submit your raw material, your finished product, which is somebody's raw material, all you are saying that the country should not develop. It's as simple as that. And any country, any society, any country, even a household that is not developing, it means the members of that household or that country, that community are not doing their work. It's as simple as that. Somebody, a caretaker in my house, had to clear the back when I took occupancy. Clear the back, which was following the main road. He told me that is AMA's job. That is what the caretaker was telling me. Oh, AMA for Babedo. And I'm saying, no problem. Me papa a farmer. In the Mekwa Kodo, Nembo Medo Wie Pet, that was a Mado Wie Pedo. Now, what's the sound Nioma? If you fear her, because you should know, sir, you have lost your job. That's the mentality of our people. To be a human. I said, and so once he cleared, I said, next time, I said, if every week you don't clear, make sure you do right? So accurate and time financial reporting is important. Let's take note. Compliance with financial laws and regulations, accountability to stakeholders, including our citizens, reinforcing trust and ensures that public officials remain answerable. Very important in the things that we are doing. Because, look, more than 2,500 years ago, Aristotle has said that public money must be distributed in public. What does that suggest to you? That public money must be distributed in public and the accounting must be placed in public for people to view. Why? Yes, so corruption has been with man since the days of John the Baptist, where the kingdom of God has suffered violence. It's important for us to know that people are interested. If it's your own money, I mean, few questions can be posed, yes, but if you are smart, you get a way out of that, and so on. So quickly, but the frameworks exist, but there are some challenges also exist. But I'm not saying that the challenges will forever exist. Troubles of this world will never end. As you know, troubles of this world will never end. If you read the writings of people like some of the Roman lawyers, okay, Cicero, Seneca, the Roman fathers. Let me go to Rome, the Roman fathers, like Augustine, Saint Augustine, for instance, and Saint Thomas Aquinas. If you read their writings, you understand that the troubles of this world will never. So if you are hoping that one day we wake up and then that's a heavenly situation, and when you're quiet near Kosuma, then that one will enjoy that heavenly situation. But because do you know that there will be 3 surprises in heaven? Emmy, you know that. The people you expect to be there will not be there. You understand? Hey, Susu and Su and Baya Wamba. Right? And then those you don't expect, hey, agree about, agree about. And then you yourself must be there, right? See, hey, Missy Baba, so 3 surprises. So those will be there. So we want to actually corruption and bribery, yes, they exist. Conflict of interest exists. Issues of some high level of political interference exists. Some enforcement, regulation, some weak enforcement regime and some weak sanctions regime, and they tend to undermine the PFM system. That's why the amendment are seeking to deal with these matters and enhance or tighten up the enforcement regime, and even the naming and shaming among others, and then the punitive measures are being strengthened so that people then will comply. Because laws are not just by enactment, but they are also by enforcement. So if we have poor ethical practices in PFM, it is likely that we are going to have mismanagement and loss of public funds. The public trust will decline, and it has a lot of implications, tax compliance and others. These days, we go to the village and want to encourage people to even do communal labor. People are not interested. They are not interested. But when we were growing up in the village, it was a fanfare. You understand? People, even some of the chiefs cannot even mobilize. They can't. So these days, they are even bringing some of us in, to come and help. The young ones, everything is reducible to money. They're operating what I call them almost like the profit and loss account. Every day they are balancing the books to see whether they are giving more than they are receiving, etc. So it means the issues of professionalism, of course, the patriotism is actually going down, and we need to address that. Decline public trust, inefficient service delivery, increased poverty and inequality. Weak ethics will lead to national development failure. So it's not a rocket science. And that's where your leadership then comes in. Setting the tone at the top, demonstrating ethical behavior, enforcing rules and sanctions, encouraging a culture of accountability. And I was saying that ethical leadership would also promote organizational culture that is critical for the nation's development. Let me say that we have all these institutions there, the Auditor General's Office, we have the internal audit units, anti-corruption bodies, parliamentary oversight committees. They ensure checks and balances, and we need to submit to them from time to time. Of course, this is quite, but those are parliamentary oversight, the audit committees that I've related to. So if effective accountability would then be achieved if internal controls and risk management systems exist. And that is why I encourage that you don't fight with the internal auditors. I've always also told them that internal auditors should not also behave like police officers. They are value to management. It must be what I call an ex-ante analysis instead of an ex post facto analysis. There are some people who are waiting for you to get into trouble before you draw attention to it. I mean, himself will be a problem. When indeed there's warning signs were there. So they should be preemptive. You know, the Americans call it a preemptive strike. You know, you strike before the opponent strikes. So you draw the attention of management to some of those areas. And then so deal with them sometimes. It's not always the case that they may be against you. Work with them. Regular audits, internal control system, as I said, transparent reporting, and public access to financial information and so on. And they deter misconduct. That's why we have the RTI. This time they can come in and ask any question under the RTI. So be careful. We are looking at how do we strengthen that continuous training and development. You can't give what you don't have. Continuous training is important. Ethics, education, and awareness programs, something like this. Mentorship and role modeling, very important. Everybody ought to be mentored. And some mentoring is always necessary. And some apprenticeship is always necessary. But you see, the mentee must also agree to be mentored. There are some people, they are not even available for you to mentor. Or sometimes the mentors themselves need mentoring. Then it's a big matter. So it means if you are a mentor, you need to, I hope you understand, constantly update yourself and upgrade yourself up to a certain level so that you can be useful to your mentees. Otherwise, you'll be inflicting your ignorance on them. You'll be inflicting your ignorance on them. Institutional support, so we see it's important that from time to time these lectures are organized for them, even if it's Zoom. We'll check participation and so on. Capacity building, very important. Capacity building, ensuring the sustainability of ethical practices. We go to church every Sunday. We are constantly reminded of what we have to do, what we will not do. Even though from time to time we move veer off, we are brought back, we are confessing. By the grace, we're still, moving on. We will be saved by grace. The grace. So it's important that we look at the certification and professional qualifications, performance evaluation systems that we're going to use, continuous learning and development, enforcement of the codes, and then we are looking at the improvement of the effectiveness and efficiency, the way we conduct ourselves and so on. So clearly define the roles and responsibility. That's very important, and we don't have any problem at all with the accountant. The accounting role is accounting role. If somebody is not an accountant, he doesn't understand. So enforcement of disciplinary measures, very important. Protection of whistleblowers, yes, very important. Encouraging ethical decision making. And we are saying that these will ensure accountability and responsibility generally. Then automating financial processes, something that we're doing. Reducing human discretion and manipulation, something I've related to already. Improving transparency through digital systems, something that the Vice President related to yesterday. Enabling real-time monitoring and reporting. E-governance strengthens accountability. I remember when we were doing the 2021 population and housing census, I was a member of the National Steering Committee, and because we used the computer-assisted, the CAPI, it was very easy for us to know who was collecting wrong data. So when they sync the data, you can check. Because somebody said that he's 60 years, and then when you check educational level, he's in class 6. It straight away tells you that the person that data is wrong. I hope you understand. So then you draw the person's attention, go back and check. Or somebody says that he's 17 years and he has 2 wives. I said, no, this cannot be correct. Go back and then check. I hope you understand. They appear to be weird examples, but these were the real examples we are getting from the field. Real-time monitoring. So we don't wait to gather what we call garbage, because garbage in, garbage out, and then you have useless data that undermines decision making and so on. So all of these things, as I said, the GIFMIS, the IFMIS, the e-procurement, digital audit, cashless systems, and all of that are very critical for the things that we're doing. We open transparent budgeting processes. These are countries that we related to even yesterday, the Singapore, the Rwandas, the South Africas, and all of that. And very important, competitive and fair procurement systems, strong audit and oversight institutions, citizen participation in governance, and they all promote good governance in effect. What we are saying quickly is that enforce ethical standards strictly, invest in training. We've talked about that already. We are looking at ethics. We are looking about integrity. We are looking at professionalism. We are talking about largely about competence. Responsibility, the focus will be high level of accountability. And so ethics, professionalism, professional responsibility are indispensable to effective public financial management. They ensure that public resources are managed with integrity, they are managed with accountability, they are managed with transparency. So prudent PFM will be equal to national development plus what? Improve public trusts. The public must trust you. Very important. Sometimes when men leave their wallet, their wives know that there's no money in the wallet. When the wallets are easily observable, then the wives know that it probably is an empty wallet, right? Otherwise, it cannot be found, you know. So some major takeaways, that ethics, professionalism, professional responsibility are not abstract ideals. They are legal obligations embedded in our laws. So take note. Every public officer who handles the city of public funds is a trustee. You are holding it in trust. Truster, trustee, beneficiary. But the good news for you is that even though you are a trustee, you can also become a beneficiary, right? Because if there are good rules, you also benefit. So the truster, so the government, people, all of us, the people have given it to you. So we are the trusters. You will give you the money, you are the trustee. So you are holding the resources in trust, but then you become part of the trust, the beneficiary. So it's a truster, trustee, beneficiary relationship. In a virtual interplay, it's a cyclical process that we must. So the standard we must uphold, that it is not enough to avoid being caught. Because some people say that the 11th commandment says that thou shalt not be caught. It's the 11th commandment. You know, that is not about being caught. We must conduct ourselves in a manner that will withstand public scrutiny at all times. What I know in the West is that you can run, but you can't hide. In the West, it takes several years, you'll be exposed. And increasingly becoming clear in Ghana that you can run, but you cannot hide. And that is why when I saw those publications about somebody getting that amount of money and people send them to me, I was doubting the authenticity of such a report. I said it will not happen. Even though I was very careful, in being very confident. I was careful. I call it cautious optimism. That will not happen. So we can run, but you cannot hide. And so the Auditor General, the SHRI, the OSP, but they are watching. But more important, the citizens of Ghana are also watching. So the legacy we must build is that a Ghana where public funds are managed with the highest standards of integrity, competence, and accountability. A service that you and I belong to is a service that is trusted, that is respected because it consistently delivers on the promise of loyalty, excellence, and service. The bad news for us is that anybody who does anything anywhere, they blame the civil service. Somebody called me and said, hey, Evans, run SOEs in it down, state-owned enterprise. Civil servants, SOEs, a policeman is urinating behind the wall. The civil servants are urinating all over the place. So everything, that is what it is. That, and if you look at Article 190, the civil service that's enlisted first. And of course, at independence, all we had was a civil service before the what I call the peripherization, the balkanization continued up to this point. When you go to Singapore, even teachers are part of the civil service. A united, front. When you go to the UK, the civil service has more than 400,000 staff. Since I came, people have been dreaming bad dreams, but we're keeping them at bay. But it's a service on the hill. And if you are talking about the state bureaucracy or the capacity of the state, it's simply because the capacity of its institutions or the public bureaucracy. The state is inanimate. The state manifests itself through the work of the institutions, and very critical institutions such as ours. So what will be a personal commitment? That each officer in this room is called to be a champion of ethical public financial management starting from today, right? And we'll make progress. So with these few words, I want to say that I'm fed up, and thank you very much for the opportunity. That's what Idi Amin once said, that he was fed up, that the queen had given him enough food that he was fed up. Can you imagine? So thank you very much for this, and I'll submit. So stand ready to help me deal with the questions that will come. Thank you very much, Chair. I haven't done badly, right?
Shall we please put our hands together for Dr. Diako, Head of Civil Service, for this wonderful presentation. He's a man full of humor, and then he's so delightful to listen to. And whenever he's presentation, I feel I have to listen to him over and over and over again. Let's put our hands together once again for him. He said, prudent PFM is equal to national development plus public trust. And he introduced the 11th commandment, thou shalt not be caught. So I don't know how we're going to input it in the Bible. Thou shalt not be caught. Let's put our hands together once again for him. We are taking 6 questions, 2 up, then 4 down. I want to try as much as possible to manage the time. So 2 questions up, then 4 questions down, making 6 questions. And then please, before you ask your question, mention your name and let us know the region that you're coming from. Just lift up your hand. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Francis Sogbe, Director of Finance, Minister of Environment. Doc, we are working in a political environment, and sometimes from your presentation, we have to be mindful of the laws and the rules. And those are things that show that we are being professional in our work. But how do we balance the scale where you want to ensure that you go by the rules, but the political authorities also feels that I said this must be done? How do you present the issues so that you are not seen as disrespectful to the politician? That's my question.
Question time, please. We have one mic up there, so if you have any question to ask, just lift up your hands. question time. Okay, I think.
No, it's not difficult. It's something that I was going to talk about myself. I've been receiving requests from some politicians that our accountants are disrespectful and they need to be removed. I have resisted several times. I've discussed with you. Sometimes I even call the accountants to also talk to them. So his question, I don't know. Generally, yes, generally, I think we should also comport ourselves. But when you are looking at it, look at it from that general perspective as a head of service.
Okay.
And then we'll see how we'll handle it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Kwesi. So thank you.
I think there's a question here too.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the lovely presentation. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for today's occasion. Maybe I want to ask, my name is Raymond.
On what?
Raymond Gapo. That's my name. So I want to find out what do the service has for people who want to insist in doing the right thing. Because what happens is that at the end of the day, just as the controller has just confirmed, the long and short of it is that you'll be asked to go back to the head office. Sometimes query that is instituted against you for just standing for the truth. That is where employees expected both the department and the service to come to the aid of the employee. But maybe in my 20-something years of existing in the service, I have not seen a rigorous way of defending employees that stand to do the right thing. So I want just to find out what does the service has for things like that. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I remember those days in secondary school. Somebody that we all believe could be the school prefect. Unfortunately, he was not selected. And then he was supposed to ask a question. And then he said that, I want to ask a question. My question is in pairs. Yes, we then comes up my prefect. The question is in pairs. Yes, so they are highly interrelated. Francis, the mindful of rules, regulations, etc. Throughout 2025, I was involved in all the training for the ministers, all the training for the CEOs, all the training for CEOs, their deputies, ministers, their deputies, regional ministers, the ambassadors throughout the world, our ambassadors. And one point was clear, in my presentation, that in the public space, it's not just enthusiasm. It is adherence to the laws. Because if you flout the laws, we'll throw the rule book at you. Therefore, they should listen to their what? The technical people. And that they are coming to set the strategic direction. The civil servants and the technical people will they will come with what I refer to as a neutral competence. But you see, one other thing that you and I must also know is that the Romans, when I say the Romans, I'm referring to the Roman Republic. The Romans never went to war until they had invitations to do so. You understand that? The Romans never went to war until they had invitations. Normally what they do is that they find traitors within the particular republic that they wanted to invade or attack, for them to give them a lot of information about the state, how weak they are, or if you use a central region, there's no defense. If you use there's no this, and then they will use that. So the Romans never went to war until they had invitations to do so. Sometimes a lot of the problems that we've had is because of the doing of our own colleagues, who have gone to undermine their own colleagues because they are looking for a place in the sun. I hope you understand. So it's important that you stop that. You may know somebody may be your brother, etc. For me, Look, my trump card in this world is performance and the grace of God. When I entered the University of Ghana in 1992, when we met, I didn't know anybody on campus. For the first time I entered the Legon campus was to buy the Legon forms. You know, those days you had to go to registry the cash office to go and buy forms. You go and fill and then submit again. You can join a queue and submit it. The third time was the fact that we had admission and we came to campus. It's a performance that we were, at some point, I didn't know any lecturer. Nobody was my uncle. Nobody was my father. Nobody was my brother. It's performance. So we came to be a TA, etc. I didn't lobby anybody. I was there, they called me, Evans, you have to come and help us train these university guys. But some people, it's all about gossips. Gossip. The grapevine is their stock in trade. But I tell people that the concern is transient. Is what? Transient. So what it means is that whoever, if you are finishing somebody, once the person is not there, you are undermined. So perform. And if you perform, regardless, when you perform, everybody will need you. Because ministers, and you see, do you know one thing? They've told me, the ministers have told me that when you go, when I say you, I'm using you as a generic term. That when you go and do kokonsa, they know who you are. They may listen to you and take you, your word, etc., but they don't trust you one bit. That's what they have told me. They don't trust you because they know you cannot be trusted. It's like a woman who has run away from the husband and gone to another man. The man knows that, hey, one day, I will suffer the same fate. One day, I will suffer the same fate. So they know. Okay, so Francis, what is it that we need to do under such circumstances? Be as professional as possible. Don't be confrontational. Offer. All I want to do is that it should not be said that you did not advise. Offer the advice. If your superior so insists, let the person himself write. I hope you understand. Or sign. I hope you understand. And then you will be absorbed from what? From responsibility. Is that not it? But I'm telling you that if your superior wants you to do the wrong thing and you ask him to sign, he would never sign. And if it gets to us that, look, you see, sometimes what we do, we won't come here and talk about them. The protection. We don't thrive on those matters. But a lot we have resisted so many over the years. I hope you understand. Especially if you find out that the reasons for the suggestion of your removal is not grounded on it. Somebody said that let me say, hey, Sunsum in public administration in Ghana. Let me see, yes, I read about the witches' trials, this is, in Boston. I read about them. I read about a book written by J.J. Rousseau on how witches will be. But I have not come across any manual that would deal with Sunsum in public administration in Ghana. I said, I gave the person 1 month. Try this person 1 month. If it doesn't work, I will take the person off. 3 weeks, the person said that, head, keep the person. Okay? So we are tactical in dealing with these matters. Oh, is there a way that we can help? Oh, is it sometimes we invite our officers. What are you doing wrongly? How are you behaving? What is your approach? Sometimes what some of you do is that some people, if they think that they are right, they don't want to, they are not amenable to anything. Make the point, yes. Make it even if it's meekly. Make the point. But if you get to a point where you think that your professionalism undermines, that person right. You say, no, give me the note that this is so, and blah, 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 and let it write. And that is where then you can activate. What you have to do is that you can then inform your boss. That's where the good, what you call the corporate governance system then will kick in. So inform your chief about whatever is happening. Inform, if the chief is the one doing it, inform me, because the chief, you can't inform anybody above him, the chief. If it's not, then inform me. If you inform me, I will rein the person in. Put the person through the narrow path of bureaucratic righteousness. You see what I mean? So that person will submit. So, and that answers the second segment. Raymond, that yes, we do a lot to protect, but except that we won't come and announce that I've done A, B, C, D to protect. No, we will not announce that. But if you look at it, during the realignment, we had to do a lot of things to move people from here to here. We had to change a lot of things and so on, just to make sure that the system stabilizes. There are people who are saying, oh, no, I said, no, this person is a good person. Work with him and all of that. We've done a lot, and we have very, very, very supportive political, heads. But sometimes the difficulty comes from our own people who have gone to tell, oh, this man is like this, you did it, blah, blah. And so sometimes you go there and you, the head, you don't even have the information that the person has about on that particular individual, because a colleague in the same office has said so much, and we need to work hard to say that it's not about friendship, it's about performance. If the person doesn't deliver, let us know. We'll put the person through some further training. But if it's about his person's orientation, etc., if your orientation is not conflicting with the work that this person is doing, please allow him to do his work and so on. So as much as practicable, we are able to do that. When you have, and there have been a lot of support from our political heads. They support us a lot. Look, there was a time somebody had gone to somebody's office, a big guy, suggesting that a person, he has to be posted to a place and want to go and head. Not just posted to the place, but posted to the place and head the place. So I asked this, actor that, let me see the person's CV. So the person brought a CV. And then I got it. I read through, and I realized that this person was not even in that class. Can you imagine? He wasn't even in that class at all. And his grade, very low. He didn't even qualify at all to be in that position. That is where then you need the grace of God, right? So I was reflecting, and then I got the hint. So I said, okay, I told the person, when the man comes to your office, call me and put me on speaker. So that I'll deal, because he was putting pressure on this man, and the pressure was coming from somewhere else, over and above that person. I hope you understand. So the pressure was coming from somewhere else. So I called this person and said, look, put me on speaker. So yeah, you see, I said, put me on loudspeaker. It's okay. And I asked this person 3 of the most rudimentary questions in that area that he's seeking to head. He had no idea. A congenital ignoramus. I hope you understand. A what? A congenital ignoramus. As far as that sector was concerned. And so I told this man, this guy will be a danger to all of us if we decide to put the person. And that was the end of it. And I said, he should ask me to come and see me in my office. I'm told at 5 a.m. he was in the office waiting for me. I said, you, where would you know? I'm head of that institution. I said, my brother, don't come out again. You see, sometimes I can be very nice, but I can be very, very rough. Especially when we are dealing with people who are not, they don't have principles. You need to let them know that you can't be suggested. You can be trusted. Yes, colleagues, any other questions? If you have no questions, thank you very much.
Colleagues, let's continue to put our hands together for the speaker. Professionalism is equal to credibility plus performance. Without ethics,
financial systems become vulnerable to abuse. Once again, let's put our hands together for it. You know, he's spoken a lot, and fortunately for us, we're going to share the presentation. And I noticed in the presentation that we have the takeaways as well. So we wouldn't take much of your time. Just to also thank you for your rapt attention. On this note, we'll bring this session to an end.
Please, let's put our hands together again for our chairman. Please, I forgot to tell the rules for today's program. Please, with all humility, you put your phones on silent. Yesterday, we realized that phones were ringing, and some of the phones, excuse me to say, are China phones. So their ringtones can be very, very irritating. So we are begging you. Some of the China phones, yeah. Then, thank you. Then, we would want all of us to intentionally share the link for friends outside to streamline and watch, because we can't have all controller staffs here. So all that we can do is to share the link. So intentionally share the link so that friends can watch online. Today promises to be, the presentations promises to be thought-provoking, educative, and very interesting, and we need your rapt attention. Our next presentation, I think the first presentation for today, what we had now was a carry forward from yesterday because of the erratic power outage. And the topic is institutionalizing GIFMIS, EFT process across commercial and rural banks, current states, and the way forward. The chairman, who is to chair this session, is a chartered accountant with over 24 years post-qualification experience in both private and public service. He holds an MBA degree in finance from the University of Ghana Business School, Legon, and BSc administration degree in accounting, also from the School of Administration. From the School of Administration, now the University of Ghana Business School. He is the Deputy Controller in charge of Treasury and ICTM. He joined the service in 1995 and has rose through the ranks to get to where he is. If I want to read his profile, we will not live here today. The man is accredited with so many qualifications. Currently, he is the Deputy Controller of Treasury and ICTM. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Gilbert Nyalejigo to chair this session.
Good morning once again. Controller, Head of Service, Honorable Alajide, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to listen to a presentation on GIFMIS. And we will focus on institutionalization of GIFMIS EFT processes across commercial and rural banks. We'll look at the current states and the way forward. And this presentation will also include the withdrawal of checkbooks and a few other things. I believe the presentation will address most of the concerns we are having about GIFMIS, some questions that we may be having in our minds, and I believe at the end of the day, or at the end of the presentation, we'll have answers to most of the questions. The resource person or the speaker for this session is a distinguished ICT specialist with over 25 years experience in that field. He is currently the director of GIFMIS at the Controller and Accountant General's Department. And he is one of the key figures when it comes to the modernization of the PFM systems across the public services of Ghana. Under his leadership, GIFMIS has seen a remarkable deployment to many public institutions in Ghana. He is currently spearheading the implementation of the EFT systems to the commercial banks, and then planning the withdrawal of checkbooks to facilitate the usage of the GIFMIS, among others. Without wasting time, we want to welcome Mr. Ebenezer Taki-Aboy to present or make the presentation. Shall we continue to put our hands together for him? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Or Dr. Chair, if I should put it right. Thank you very much, Controller, for giving me the opportunity to do this presentation. Thank you also to Head of Service and to all my Deputy Controllers. Dr. Chair, please permit me to use the existing protocol and then move on to do the presentations. Well, I don't think I have to use this one. Maybe I have to press down. Yeah. Good. So the topic, as my chairman mentioned, we are to look at institutionalizing GIFMIS, EFT process across commercial banks and rural banks, the current state, and the way forward. I think this topic resonates very well with the theme as we have on the board. That is leveraging technology, transparency, and accountability for sustainable fiscal governance. I think as we move on with the presentation, we will see how it links to make sure that we are using technology to do the PFM implementation. So the outline as I have, and you can see on the board, first I will give a brief introduction, and then I will move on to give the journey of the PFM, and then seek to ask or find out what GIFMIS seeks to achieve, then the implementation progress, what we have done so far. Then we will move on to look at the usage of GIFMIS. I think yesterday there was a whole lot of talk about it. And then we look at some achievements and challenges that we're facing. Then we will dovetail into the use of the GIFMIS service desk, how it is helping us to resolve our issues. Then we go down to the EFT implementation for the commercial banks and rural banks. There we will see the achievement, challenges, and the lessons that we've learned. And then I will show you the plan for the rollout. And then we'll move on to see the way forward and some recommendations. And then I'll conclude. So I with what is going on, I know that there are a lot of questions lingering within your minds. And so I've tried to put some questions down on the board that you can see. We will look at them, and then we will find out whether at the end of my presentation, we'll be able to answer some of these questions or even all. So one, has GIFMIS served its purpose since it was implemented about 13 years ago? Who owns GIFMIS? Is it controller, spending officers, MOF, or CAGD staff? Do you think GIFMIS should have served you better? What do you think is the problem of GIFMIS? Is it garbage in or garbage out? Or system problem? How do you think we can overcome the problem of garbage in, garbage out, if that is the situation? Are we using GIFMIS optimally? Then, what do you think can be done differently to achieve your goals? And then lastly, what is the future of GIFMIS? I think with this last one, Controller tried to explain that yesterday by giving us what the minister or the Ministry of Finance is thinking. Now we will have to look at the key word in this topic that we have been giving, and the key word is institutionalization. So how to institutionalize something. In looking at the topic, I decided to look at the meaning of institutionalization. And from the Cambridge dictionary, what I saw, institutionalizing refers to the process of making a practice, rule, or behavior a permanent established part of an organization or society. So something that will be part of you. That is what it says. And therefore, we look at the PFM. When you look at the PFM Act 2016, Act 921, you realize that with the implementation of GIFMIS, it means that the law have given it the chance to institutionalize the GIFMIS system. And that is what it says. Because in the law, it is required that you use GIFMIS to process all your public funds. And that is the Act. If you look at the Act 25, Section 6, it is there. Yesterday, there were also talks when the budget director was presenting. He talked about some penalties that are in there, in that same Act. And it is stated that if you process any transaction outside GIFMIS, where you provide a purchase order outside GIFMIS, you go against the law. So let's take note. If you look at Section 98, subsection 1B, that is there. The government of Ghana has deployed GIFMIS for all sources of funds. So as we sit now, all the fund sources that we have, we can process on GIFMIS. So you talk about the consolidated fund, you talk about the internally generated fund, you talk about the donor fund, and you talk about statutory funds. They are all there that you can process, or you process on GIFMIS. So, Mr. Chair, let me just take you back the lane of giving you some history background or the background of GIFMIS, or let's say the PFM. So we started with first the PUMAP, that is between 1997 to 2003. And that we move on together with the MTEF, and then we move on to introduce BPM somewhere 2003 and 2007. And then after some challenges with the implementation of the BPMs, we came up with a GIFMIS system which started 2012. Actually, it started 2010, but then 2012, we started using the P2P for processing our transactions. These reforms are part of the effort to enhance financial accountability, transparency, fiscal discipline, and efficiency in the utilization of public funds. And I think this has been said over and over again as we go through our presentations. This diagram is so, I think you all know about it, and I am presenting it. I think that my head of service also talked about it. In fact, you cannot speak about PFM or GIFMIS without showing this. In my learning, I have come across that the more you practice and the more you do things, that is where you become perfect. So don't be bored when we are showing you this over and over again. So the process or the cycle, which first starts from the strategy planning, which sits with NDPC, together with Ministry of Finance, Bank of Ghana, they will meet and gather to make sure that they're looking at the fiscal and give you your plans where you provide you the ceilings and whatever you use to do your budget. Then we move to the budget formulation and preparation. That is among yourselves. You use the Hyperion system to do that work. And then comes to budget execution, where you use the financials, the GIFMIS system, to do that process. And then you come to record keeping reporting. It has come, people say, oh, with GIFMIS, you can't do reporting and those things. I think in the course of this presentation, we will look at that, and then we'll see the way forward. And then you move on to internal audits. They are part in the process. Also, always checking the controls within. And then we have external audits coming in with the work of the national account to look at what has been done and present it to the PAC. After that, we go back to the cycle. So this cycle is what has been implemented on the GIFMIS, as a matter of fact. We will then now move on to look at the scope, right? The scope, first of all, we'll look at the modules that we have. We talk about the budgets, we talk about the financials, we talk about HRMIS, payroll, and some other ones that will be coming in. So these are the various modules. Under the financials, I'll be showing you the various modules that we have and the state in which we are using those modules. Then the various fund sources, which I have mentioned already. And then we are supposed to be able to interface or integrate with other systems. When we are able to do that, then we will be able to have consolidation of financial transactions. So that is what we seek to do, to have interfaces. Which other institutions are we working with, or which institutions are we working with? We are talking about MDAs, MMDAs, across regions, the nationals, and the district. And then we have also the SOEs coming in to present the whole government as we have. So this is the scope that we have in terms of GIFMIS. This is also familiar, I hope. But all that we are saying is that this is the architecture, what GIFMIS seeks to do, right? In the middle, you have your general ledger, and that is the engine of the system. That is where you have your balances, your credits, your debits, and the balances all will go in there. And from there, you can have your reports. Talk about financial statement, management report. That is where you can have. That is in the middle. And on the left side on the board, we have what we call the sub-ledger. So you talk about the purchasing, you talk about payables, you talk about cash management. They are all there. On the right side, we talk about budget aspect, whereby budget estimates and those things are done. Right. Thank you so much. So this is the architecture. Then we have to find out what we have achieved or what GIFMIS seeks to achieve so far. We are saying that it is an integrated system, and we are using it to be able to prepare budgets, to be able to have reports, to be able to have our cash management, do cash management, and then human resource and payroll, we are able to make sure that we do that. So that is what GIFMIS seeks to achieve. Other things that GIFMIS seeks to achieve, we have improve accuracy, comprehensiveness, reliability, timeliness of financial and fiscal reporting at all levels of government, provide credible financial information for better and informed decision making, promote accountability and transparency of PFM processes, improve transparency and record keeping of public financial transactions as a result of the use of the P2P process, improve budgetary control over public expenditure processed through the GIFMIS, efficiency in payment processes resulting from implementation of the EFT. As we move on, we would then be moving through the EFT for you to know what we are doing and what it seeks to achieve. And then we should also be able to interface with other systems to be able to consolidate our transactions. So, what are the disadvantages of not using GIFMIS or processing transactions outside GIFMIS? I have gone through, there are many, but I think these are the very salient ones that I will have to let you know. So we're saying that if you are not using GIFMIS to process your transactions, or you process your transaction outside, then you have lack of completeness of data. The second is lack of transparency of budget execution. Third, negative funds available. And I think all of you would bear with me with this because you have a practical knowledge of this. Delay in financial reporting. Currently, national accounts, I think they were supposed to finish their third quarter. By now, it has been done. But we have a delay. If we were processing everything in the system, then at a click of a button, we should have that. Unrealistic liabilities or payables, and then inaccurate cash book and trial balance. So these are some of the disadvantages that you have if you don't use GIFMIS to process all your transactions. Chair, permit me to go on to look at the status of the financial models that we have, the models that I've explained or I've mentioned earlier. So purchasing as we have that we use to generate our POs, we used to do requisitions, we have implemented that and we have rolled all that out. Accounts payable, we have also done that, implemented, and we have rolled it out. Accounts receivables, implemented, and we have rolled it out. GL, we have done that, but we know that it's not all of you that have access to the general ledger to be able to put some manual journals for us to process. Cash management, also, we know that it is being used mainly at the head office. Fixed asset is implemented, but currently we are not using, and because of that, we have national account having a template going out to get data, and then is also not available. Interfaces. So the various interfaces that we have done so far, we have the Hyperion working. So the Hyperion is interfaced with the financials. We get the appropriation data always into the system before you start using. We have the human resource management. It's not completed. Some work is being done on that. The payroll system, also interfacing with the GL in the financials, also not completed. Some work being done on that. Then we have the SWIFT for Bank of Ghana. That has been done, and I will talk about it more as we move on to the EFT. We have the next one, the GIFS. Next one, the GIFS. That is the matter that we're going to discuss also in the presentation, implemented, and we are yet to do the rollout, sensitization. The PPA system, that is where we have the GANEPS interfaced. We have done the interface, but there are some updates that we're supposed to do. We also have the claim system with the NHIA that has been completed and they are using it. We have that of GRA systems that we are supposed to interface. We are yet to do that. MOF, also the public investment, that is the PIMS, yet to be done. We need to interface with other systems, that is the revenue systems. Mainly we talk about Kolibu, we talk about the universities. That is not done, we'll be doing that. And then the debt and management systems, we have to interface. We have not done that yet. So the rollout status, what we have done in terms of rolling out to various institutions. So on consolidated fund, we have 100% done. About over 3,000 institutions, they use the system to process. What it is that if you are not on GIFMIS system, then you can have some funds from the consolidated fund to process. So we have done that. Internally generated funds, we have about 1,000 and association of board. As you have on your left, you have transactions from the GIFMIS system that will move into the GIFS processes, and then it will move to the MDA bank account where debit will be done. Then payment or credit will be done to the beneficiary account, and then data comes.
You explain to them, they only capture the transaction as unsubstantiated. And that's a big definition. And when you go to Parliament, they only tell you that unsubstantiated, as if you have, taken government money so that we don't roll out and then audit infractions increase. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Good morning. I'm Abdul Razak. I'm from Greater Accra Regional Directorate. I have three suggestions and one question. Sorry. Let me repeat. I'm Abdul Razak. I'm at Greater Accra Directorate Municipal Assemblies. Now we have achieved the entire 29. The only one left is asset
management decision. We have visibility of, because for the MMDA, we know that whenever you want any officer to be set up on the system, you write to the GIFMIS Secretariat. So if you want anybody to be set up, write. And what we have currently now is that, please, for head of accounts, if it is an MDA, let's have the transfer letter. Even with the MMDA also. We will want to see the transfer letter. We have that with the internal auditors. What was happening with the internal auditors was that they could send anybody at all and say, oh, we want you to set this person up as internal auditor. And then we realized that those people were not internal auditors. So we have asked that we want to see their transfer letter from head of civil service before we do the setup. So please, that is there. Let's have them, and then we will do that. Yes, I think Greater Accra, that one was a commendation that you had there. But let me just say, Mr. Chair, that our regional directors also are doing very well. They are preparing the grounds for the EFT that is coming in a form of a change management. So let's take note of that. Yes, EFT with Ghana Audit. In our discussions and in our workings, we are working closely with them. This issue is there, and in most of our discussions, our interactions with the audit service, we make it clear to them that with the EFT transactions, everything is in the system. From, as I showed on the board, where the process is, you start from GIFMIS, you go to the bank, and then it comes back to GIFMIS. So all the trail is there. What we have to do is that the internal auditors will have to train them. We have to train them so that they can get into the system and be able to see the transactions. They push and say, oh, the supplier should still bring a receipt. But it is in there. So please, we don't need another receipt coming from. We are talking about digitalizing. we are talking about digitalizing. So we should be trying to move away from, and we will keep educating them to move away from that. What are we doing, bringing about yes, so the funds that I'm looking at, yes. So the funds. So for the donor funds, recently I received a document from Ministry of Finance which has, I think, about 4 pages of donor-funded, donor funds coming from all over our donors. So the list is there. And I was told that it is part of the appropriation. It is part of the appropriation. So what we are going to do now is that what we want from you is that you write to the GIFMIS Secretariat that you have so and so donor. We will liaise with Ministry of Finance and make sure that it's captured, it is in the budget, and then we will roll it for you. My information is that all in the appropriation, everything has been captured. So we'll take note of that, and then we'll roll you on. So please write to us. And if we also see, most of the time, Mr. Chair, what happens is that when internal auditors are doing their internal audit, they will come across your transactions that are not passed, and then they will ask you to write to us for us to set them up. So we want you to do that, and we will also work to make sure that we get them. So then we talk about lapses in using, yes, the CAPEX. The CAPEX. So the system has the way to do varment, but we all know per the law you can't var from CAPEX to goods and service. That should come from the minister. So what is happening is that because of that, instead of institutions moving to get the clearance to do that, they will just put the transaction in because they can't change it. You can't change anything. The thing has been given to you and it's your budget. The release has been done. You can't do anything. So what they do is that they will go and capture the code combination as asset, but in the description, they will need to describe what they are buying. So that is where you then have it. We are buying goods. We are buying A4 sheet and those things. And then you will check against the code combination, and it is CAPEX. This one, a system cannot solve it because you are in it capturing a free text to describe the transaction that you are making. So in this case, I'm sure the internal auditors should be able to make sure that we do the right thing. Then the last one is the foreign mission. So in my presentation, you saw it there. We have captured it. We didn't omit it. We have plans for that. But let's deal with the local issues. Okay, let's deal with the local issues. When we are settled, then we can dovetail into that and get you rolled on. Mr. Chair, I think I have looked at it.
Yeah. On the Madam Pobi's question, I don't know whether the response was. We were talking about the invoices that were cancelled on the system last year, and then now you can find it, but then you can't see them going to the approval higher level for them to be approved. And then your response was that it's a management issue. He should write a memo to the management of finance or a memo to CAGD. I mean, it's something that very good. So we want the technical response. Doesn't mean that when the memo goes on GIFMIS, it's corrected. That's what he wants to understand. That you understand what I'm saying? So the memo issue wouldn't come in. So what can be done? Is it something that can be done? Is it something that he can then have visibility and then the approval goes through? That's not what we are expecting. That's what he's expecting. But the memo should go to.
Thank you. So, Controller, so this we are talking about 2025 transactions. And that they have done the accounts and everything. And therefore, to introduce anything in, that is not possible. But here is the situation that is saying that they did it. But then, along the line, the GIFMIS cannot carry it through the approval hierarchy to get to where it's supposed to go. So GIFMIS, we can't correct, we can't do anything unless we've gotten a management approval that these transactions, they are proper transactions, and therefore, please go ahead and then work it out with national accounts coming in, then we get that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Adade would like to make some comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lee, for this great presentation. Mr. Chair, there are two things I want to add to. The first from our brother Raymond on the use of KPS to process goods and service. And the second from our brother Francis on budget overrun. Lee has responded appropriately that GIFMIS cannot solve this problem where you have budget on KPS and you are not even allowed to buy KPS to goods and services. Then you get to the system, you see the budget is on KPS, you go in, select this code combination, and then the description is stationary. It's happening because, for example, if the KPS is for computers or furniture, and you see the supplier, Kingdom Books and Services, you do all these things, and then the system ends up capitalizing stationery. This is a financial crime officers are committing. Serious one. And the difficulty is that once the system brings this out in the trial balance, and you are National Account Director, you want to move it to stationery, you are also going to distort the system history. These are the difficulties we are facing at the national account level. And controller, for this, I want us together to put our eyes on the system. Any officer, any controller staff, any entity found doing this, you are committing a serious financial misbehavior that should not be taken lightly. GIFMIS cannot solve this problem irrespective. That's one. Two has to do with the budget overrun. Controller, chairman, there are two things here. One was what our brother Francis touched on. Budget has been approved, loaded on the GIFMIS. Additional funding comes, donor fund or from wherever. The people utilize it. Now, when we go for validation, it's an expenditure. We need to bring it and account for it. You bring it into the system. Because it was not part of the original appropriation, it comes in as additional expenditure. Of course, you record budget overrun. Unfortunately, he said they have picked information that all those budgetary these donor funds have been appropriated. So we have to work with Ministry of Finance to make sure any donor fund that look like we didn't have budget on the system, we get it appropriately and then spend the money along where it's been appropriated. But I can still confirm that you still have budget donors, some fundings coming that are not on appropriation. So when it happens, this is the conflict. Accounting will account for the expenditure, but budget is not there to respond or match to the expenditure, and that's where you see budget overrun. It's an issue we have to really work together on, but I would advise that we isolate this expenditure to be able to respond to audit queries appropriately. The second level, Madam Mr. Chair and Controller, is where Minister of Finance places cap on the IGF. Some institutions have IGF retention. They have 100% retention right, or even more, or a partial retention. So they submit their annual budget to Ministry of Finance and it's cut. For example, Judicial Services, we can raise 10 million to run our operations. The Ministry of Finance says, no, we approve 8 billion. And 8 million has been appropriated. I'm using this as an example. On the system, you have 8 million. But in the course of the year, they generated 10 million. And they spent it. Now we go for account validation, bring us your expenditure, they bring 10 billion. They bring 10 billion because that's what they spent. Because they have 100% retention right, they generated 10 billion and spent 10 billion, but the appropriation was 8 million. Will you reduce the expenditure to match the budget 8 million? Accounting wouldn't take this. Accounting will account for the 10 million. And with GIFMIS budgetary control, if you also want to push the extra 2 million, you need a budget. It won't allow. So we are compelled to relax and push this 2 billion 2 million addition to the system. On the budget, we don't touch the budget. The actual expenditure that we generalize at national account. So we push the 2 million extra as a general entry on the GIFMIS with the privilege available for the National Account Directory. When we produce the account, clearly you see expenditure 10 million and the budget 8 million, budget overrun. Question we are asking is, do we reduce expenditure to match the budget? The option has always been no. Now we are also being accused at National Accounts Directorate that because people spend outside the system and we generalize, it's encouraging them not to use the GIFMIS. These narratives must change. Control, I played with you. It should not be the case. We have to account for public expenditure. So when the auditors query over budget overrun, this is one of the explanations we give them. And I can confirm that the Auditor General themselves, they confirm that we cannot understate expenditure just because there was no budget on the system. What we should do is to work with the Ministry of Finance to see if there can be supplementary in the course of the year to augment what was spent beyond the budget. So I thought I should add this to the discussion. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, let me add to this that the GIFMIS should be likened to the food we eat. The food served may not be as palatable, but you can see a lot of work goes on behind the scene. So when he presented, you can see the work going on behind the scene to keep us going. The food that is not sweet is better than you going hungry without food. So for now, we'll manage it like this, whilst we get the food to be better. So the GIFMIS still is serving a purpose. Dee and your team, thank you very much for the good work.
Okay, thank you very much. We want to use the opportunity to thank Ni for the wonderful presentation and the ability to answer almost all the questions. But some of the questions will have to be discussed further because we need to get to the bottom of them. Ni, thank you very much. Yes, sir. So because of time, I will give just two remarks. I mean, one is on the rollout of the EFT system, that is the withdrawal of checkbooks. We are not going to do or withdraw the checkbooks from all MDAs at a go. It's not going to be a one-time event. It's going to be done in phases. But the decision to select an institution for the phases rests with the controller. And the last time we were talking about this, controller mentioned that those who are not presenting their financial statements will go first. They will be selected first. So if you want to go further, it means that you have to present your financial statement. Other than that, if you are not presenting your financial statement on time, you will be in the first group for the withdrawal of the checkbooks. Yes. So on that note, we want to thank all of you for your attention and the questions. And then I can see that this will bring us to the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my MC in introducing the chairman forgot that he is not only the Deputy Controller and Accountant General in charge of Treasuries and ICTM, but also was the Vice Chair for the local organizing committee of the African Association of Accountant Generals that hosted the international conference in November that had a president in attendance. So Vice Chair of Triple AG, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have some few announcements. We have some circulars for regional directors, finance officers, heads of accounts at the registration desk. So please kindly stop by the place and pick them up on the way to take your snack. Then there are some items that were missing and found. We have
a wallet that belongs to one IV ORE. Please see the MCs, you get it. Then someone's watch, a digital watch that has been found, identify, and maybe give the year and who manufactured it, and we'll give it to you. Presentations for yesterday have been shared through your emails you provided this morning. If you have not received it, then it is possible you have not used our QR code to register for today. So please do that so that you can receive that as well. We'll be going for snack break for 30 minutes so we can stretch. Invited guests, controller and top management, and all regional directors would go to the lounge. All of us will go to the poolside. But what we have done is that the upper terrace are all free, so you pick your snack, then you go up to go and have it. We have interesting presentations after lunch. We're going to have a presentation on audit infractions. We know how it has become a topical issue. And then we have an innocent-looking gentleman who is going to present on a very controversial topic. His look does not align with the topic, and that is the health topic. That would also take place today. So if you did not receive the presentation, then your email you provided is wrong. Most of the mails have bounced back. So please, you need to go to the technical desk and get it addressed. We would also have an open forum where you would have the opportunity to engage top management. And then this evening, we would have a dinner and awards night. And after the dinner awards night, there's going to be after party at the club. So please, on this note, with the permission of the controller and the chair and distinguished guests, we are humbly discharged for 30 minutes. Please, Head of Service spoke about ethics and responsibility, so we must work with time. Thank you very much. Enjoy your snack break.
Drama, cannot see me, but that I'm agility. Until you don't fit with my sanity. Oh, I beg I go. I don't let you know to be back window. Oh, give me money, enjoy my cruise like a chocolate. Even if my brother I run I go to work for my dollar. Sometimes I do reason. What can I do for beginning? I remember still infinity. They play the show, no mystery. Everything balance. Send all day, I know day, everything balance. Everything balance. Send all day, I know day. Them say this my lamba, also finish. Drama, cannot see me, but that I'm agility. Until you don't fit with my sanity. Oh, I beg I go. I don't let you know to be back window. Oh, give me money, enjoy my cruise like a chocolate.
Hello, viewers. My name is Ifas Na Dosu, the Head of Public Relations of the Controller and Accountant General's Department, and I welcome you to a run-up of Day 1's activities of the 2026 Annual Conference, which was under the theme Leveraging Technology, Transparency, and Accountability for Sustainable Fiscal Governance. Today has been a wonderful and a very successful event. And it started with the opening ceremony where we had distinguished personalities and people of no mean positions like Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana in attendance. We also had people like the head of the civil service, the chairman of the Public Services Commission, and let me quickly tell you that Her Excellency came with an entourage of a host of prominent and distinguished members of government. We were also fortunate to have had the paramount chief of the New Jabin Traditional Council in the person of Nana Boateng III, who chaired the function. After all the discussions and the fanfare that characterized the opening ceremony, we dovetailed into business as usual with a presentation by the Director of Budget at the Ministry of Finance, and he gave a presentation on strengthening commitment control and cash management for fiscal stability. And basically, he took us through issues that are entailed in ensuring that we adhere to commitment control. The point is that before the beginning of the year, as accountants, as public servants, you're supposed to submit a budget. And once the budget is approved, that becomes what we must commit ourselves to. It would throw the economy out of gear if we go outside approved budget to spend, or to spend on things that has not been authorized in the budget. So it took us through many things, and the fact that government is determined and committed to ensuring that this era where backlog of arrears becomes the order of the day, it becomes a thing of the past, so that we would commit ourselves to what has been approved in the budget, spend accordingly, and so that at the end of the year there will not be any arrears that is carried forward. Thereafter, this was followed by a presentation by Dr. Mark Effort Adadi, the Director of the National Account Directorate of the Controller and Accountant General's Department. His presentation was on ensuring accuracy and reliability in public financial reporting. You will agree with me that even Christ, when he gave the proverb of the traveler, he said the traveler gave 5 talents to one, 3 to the other, and 1 to the last person. When he came back, he asked of them to account for the stewardness of what, or the stewardship of the talent is given them. And so, to whom much is given, much is desired. You cannot receive budgetary releases and fail to account for them. So, the third presentation was on ethics, professional responsibility, which are critical ingredients for public financial management in Ghana. And we were so fortunate to have had no meaner person than the head of the Civil Service of Ghana, Dr. Evans Agredaku himself, staying affairs and doing the presentation. It was heartwarming. In fact, he got everyone involved, and he touched on the salient points of ethical behavior and professionalism. So, next month on the line of activities for day 2 is the continuation on the ethics and professional conduct presentation by Dr. Evans Agridaku. Please stay tuned and get along with us because you would learn a lot. So, until we meet again on our social media handles, it is Sifas Dosu, the head of public relations of the Controller Accountant General Department, say stay blessed. Thank you. Hello viewers, my name is Sifas Dosu, the head of public relations of the Controller and Accountant General's Department, and I welcome you to a run-up of day 1's activities of the 2026 annual conference, which was under the theme Leveraging Technology, Transparency and Accountability for Sustainable Fiscal Governance. Today has been a wonderful and a very successful event. And it started with the opening ceremony where we had distinguished personalities and people of no mean positions like Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana in attendance. We also had people like the head of the civil service, the chairman of the Public Services Commission, and let me quickly tell you that Her Excellency came with an entourage of a host of prominent and distinguished members of government. We were also fortunate to have had the paramount chief of the New Jabin Traditional Council in the person of Nana Boateng III, who chaired the function. After all the discussions and the fanfare that characterized the opening ceremony, we dovetailed into business as usual with a presentation by the Director of Budget at the Ministry of Finance, and he gave a presentation on strengthening commitment control and cash management for fiscal stability. And basically, he took us through issues that are entailed in ensuring that we adhere to commitment control. The point is that before the beginning of the year, as accountants, as public servants, you're supposed to submit a budget. And once the budget is approved, that becomes what we must commit ourselves to. It would throw the economy out of gear if we go outside approved budget to spend, or to spend on things that has not been authorized in the budget. So it took us through many things, and the fact that government is determined and committed to ensuring that this era where backlog of arrears becomes the order of the day, it becomes a thing of the past, so that we would commit ourselves to what has been approved in the budget, spend accordingly, and so that at the end of the year there will not be any arrears that is carried forward. Thereafter, this was followed by a presentation by Dr. Mark Adadi, the Director of the National Account Directorate of the Controller and Accountant General's Department. His presentation was on ensuring accuracy and reliability in public financial reporting. You will agree with me that even Christ, when he gave the proverb of the traveler, he said the traveler gave 5 talents to one, 3 to the other, and 1 to the last person. When he came back, he asked of them to account for the stewardness of what, or the stewardship of the talent is given them. And so, to whom much is given, much is desired. You cannot receive budgetary releases and fail to account for them. So, the third presentation was on ethics, professional responsibility, which are critical ingredients for public financial management in Ghana. And we were so fortunate to have had no meaner person than the head of the Civil Service of Ghana, Dr. Evans Agredaku himself, steering affairs and doing the presentation. It was heartwarming. In fact, he got everyone involved and he touched on the salient points of ethical behavior and professionalism. So, next on the line of activities for day 2 is the continuation on the ethics and professional conduct presentation by Dr. Evans Agredaku. Please stay tuned and get along with us because you would learn a lot. So, until we meet again on our social media handles, it is Cephas Dosu, the head of public relations of the Controlling Accountant General Department, say stay blessed. Thank you. Hello, viewers. My name is Ifas Na Dosu, the Head of Public Relations of the Controller and Accountant General's Department. And I welcome you to a run-up of Day 1's activities of the 2026 Annual Conference, which was under the theme, Leveraging Technology, Transparency, and Accountability for Sustainable Fiscal Governance. Today has been a wonderful and a very successful event. And it started with the opening ceremony where we had distinguished personalities and people of no mean positions like Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana in attendance. We also had people like the head of the civil service, the chairman of the Public Services Commission, and let me quickly tell you that Her Excellency came with an entourage of a host of prominent and distinguished members of government. We were also fortunate to have had the paramount chief of the New Dwabin Traditional Council in the person of Nana Boateng III, who chaired the function. After all the discussions and the fanfare that characterized the opening ceremony, we dovetailed into business as usual with a presentation by the Director of Budgets at the Ministry of Finance, and he gave a presentation on strengthening commitment control and cash management for fiscal stability. And basically, he took us through issues that are entailed in ensuring that we adhere to commitment control. The point is that before the beginning of the year, as accountants, as public servants, you're supposed to submit a budget. And once the budget is approved, that becomes what we must commit ourselves to. It would throw the economy out of gear if we go outside approved budget to spend, or to spend on things that has not been authorized in the budget. So it took us through many things, and the fact that government is determined and committed to ensuring that this era where backlog of arrears becomes the order of the day, it becomes a thing of the past, so that we would commit ourselves to what has been approved in the budget, spend accordingly, and so that at the end of the year, there will not be any arrears that is carried forward. Thereafter, this was followed by a presentation by Dr. Mark Adadi, the Director of the National Accounts Directorate of the Controller and Accountant General's Department. His presentation was on ensuring accuracy and reliability in public financial reporting. You will agree with me that even Christ, when he gave the proverb of the traveler, he said the traveler gave 5 talents to one, 3 to the other, and 1 to the last person. When he came back, he asked of them to account for the stewardness of the stewardship of the talent is given them. And so, to whom much is given, much is desired. You cannot receive budgetary releases and fail to account for them. So, the third presentation was on ethics, professional responsibility, which are critical ingredients for public financial management in Ghana. And we were so fortunate to have had no meaner person than the head of the Civil Service of Ghana, Dr. Evans Agredakun himself, steering affairs and doing the presentation. It was heartwarming. In fact, he got everyone involved, and he touched on the salient points of ethical behavior and professionalism. So, next of on the line of activities for day 2 is the continuation on the ethics and professional conduct presentation by Dr. Evans Agridaku. Please stay tuned and get along with us because
Welcome back, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the next session of the program. We're having a presentation on addressing common audit infractions to improve public financial management practices. I want to stand on the already existing protocols to introduce the chairman to chair this session. Hello. Can we please settle? Please, let's settle. Please, let's settle. Time is fast spent. Thank you very much. Our chairman for this session is a graduate with a Bachelor of Arts degree from University of Ghana, and thereafter started a professional accountancy program at Kumasi Polytechnic. He is a chartered accountant and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Ghana, and he has over 20 years of professional experience. He's also a finalist of the Chartered Institute of Taxation. He joined the Controlling Accountant General and rose through the ranks. His first role was as the deputy head of public accounts. At another time, he was the director in charge of procurement before being elevated to the position of acting deputy controller and accountant general in charge of payroll management. He is currently the acting deputy controller and accountant general, audit and investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Sylvester Aqua, the chairman for this session.
Deputies, colleagues, members of staff, all protocols observed. Audit infractions, simply put, are violations of financial regulations, accounting standards, or internal controls. Typically, it involves mismanagement of public funds, procurement breaches, or tax irregularities. I believe that those who have read their master's degree administration in Ghana may have read this course, Why Nations Fail. In it, one of the introductory chapters talks about Nogales in Arizona, Nogales across the border. Nogales in Arizona Arizona is well laid out, whilst Bulgaria across the border, it's a mess. It's just like in Africa. But I think that we want our country to progress and become like Bulgaria in Arizona, such that people will be coming here, flocking to this country. And it's the reason why management felt that we need to address these audit infractions, because it appears the trajectory is not good for us. It is going in the wrong direction. If we talk about audit infractions, one can talk of financial mismanagement, non-compliance with existing rules before payment, tax violations, and procurement irregularities. Yesterday, the data of budget said that arrears that had to be validated at the end of 2024 was 68.8 billion, of which 51.2 was validated. A whooping 14.6 billion was rejected. Again, the Public Accounts Committee has over the years been raising alarm over the increasing number of financial and procurement irregularities in the public sector. To address this topic, we have Alhaji Ibrahim D. Abubakar, who is a technical advisor at the Ministry of Finance. Alhaji is also the founder and executive director of Mida Associates, a firm specializing in accountancy and management consultancy. Prior to entering active politics, where he was an MP for Salaga South and Salaga constituencies between 2009 and 2016, he worked as a director of audit at the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. He also worked as a director of finance of the DVLA, and at one point he was also with us in the department. Alhaji is a strategic thinker and a results-driven leader with strong analytical skills. He has a strong commitment to transparency and accountability. Given the fact that in Parliament he was a member of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism and Local Government, and also the ranking member, that is the key MP on the Public Accounts Committee, we think that he is the best fit person to address this topic for us. With a round of applause, let's welcome Alhaji Ibrahim D. Abubakar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Controller and Accountant General, our dynamic and hard-working Head of Civil Service, our Deputy Controllers, Regional Directors, all protocols observed. Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Before I start, I want to make a few announcements. If the controller permits me. On 28th of April, we have engagement with the Directors of Finance, Audit and Procurement at the Ministry of Finance. That is Tuesday, 28th at 10 o'clock for all the MMDAs and the government organizations. I'm sure some of you, the letters have gone, and maybe your ministries are supposed to inform you. That is 28th April, Tuesday. We meet all the directors of the MMDAs, the government organization, directors of audit and procurement. The minister will engage them on this audit infraction that I'm going to talk about. Precisely that of 2025 before the Auditor General comes. That's the first announcement. The second one is about training. We have a training program that starts on 4th May for the MDAs. And that one to involve directors of finance, procurement, and audit. We have classified the ministries and their agencies. It's 2 days work workshop that will take place Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of every week, starting from 4th May and on 19th May, for all the covered organizations. So those of you who are not aware, you should try to look for it on your head of chief executive or head of department so that they can attend that course. That's the end of the announcement. But before I start, let me congratulate the controller very well, because I was a staff in controller in 1997 when I joined controller, and I left the controller 2004 to the parliament. And at that time, there were few chartered accountants and control of physical problem. Now I can say that there's a great improvement. Worker, well-knowledgeable staff in the controller. I urge you to continue to make sure you do that. The secretary, let me also thank my predecessors who came and delivered, because most of those who presented DC, particularly the person who talk more on ethics, which will be part of why infractions are happening. Now, let me also at least express my sincere appreciation for the controller for inviting me as a resource fellow in this. And I will start first by discussing what is infraction and irregularities. I'm sure as an accountant, we think they are the same. The topic given to me is about infractions. But when you go to the Auditor General book, he talk of irregularities. The Auditor General talk of irregularities. But the topic given me is infraction. And as our profession, are they the same as irregularities and infraction the same? I think they are not the same. We use them interchangeably. We think they are compared to one another. I will try to explain. But in my work here, sometimes he, the Auditor General himself, use infractions where there's irregularities and use irregularity where there's infraction. So I'll try to explain that. Then after that, we'll take our topic. Before I go there, let's look at the mandate. Let's look at, let's go to the mandate of the Auditor General in Article 187, subsection 5 of the Constitution. And I quote with your permission. The Auditor General shall, within 6 months after the end of the immediately preceding financial year, to which each of the accounts mentioned in Clause 2 of this article release, submit his report to Parliament, and shall, in that report, draw attention to any irregularities. Emphasis in my word, any irregularities in the accounts audited and to any other matter which, in his opinion, ought to be brought to the notice of Parliament. And this was prefaced in Audit Service Act 2000 at 584. The same thing was quoted. The Auditor General shall, within 6 months. Now I use the word any irregularities. This is not defined by the Constitution. There's no interpretation. You go to the Audit Service Act, there's no interpretation. So what constitutes irregularity? I want to say this because I remember at PAC, some people will ask that if there's an irregularity of 300 Ghana cedis in Volga, why do we have to bring the person all the way to Accra to come and answer questions? Is it not true? People question those things. Why do we have to bring somebody who has incurred irregularity of 300 Ghana cedis in Volga, Accra, to come and answer a question? Even the cost of transportation alone, notwithstanding other costs, is more than 300 Ghana cedis. But he's brought to Accra to come and answer a question. Now the Constitution says any irregularities. It didn't define it. Discretion of the Auditor General. Any irregularities, especially the Audit Service Act, that this. Now let's see the difference. I'll come to the slide. just have patience with me. Okay, let me just introduce what we want to do in the slides here. If you go to, I'll start by the introduction. After I've done the introduction, I'll go to the legal framework. That's what I'm doing, the instruction. Then I'll go to overview of the audit implication, give empirical evidence of the infractions. Then I'll go to classification of common audit infractions. Then I'll go to root causes, analysis of these infractions, impact of audit infraction on the fiscal governance, strategies to address them, best practices, and then policy recommendation. If it will take me no less than 40 minutes, I should be able to finish this. Where it is. However, we use the word infraction here because that is how the Auditor General gave the topic. And I say that maybe you have to use the word irregularities. That is, when I define it, you see the difference. Now, under section 20, subsection 1 and 2 of the Audit Service Act, we also repeatedly say irregularities and not infraction, and listed the other things that's supposed to be there this year. Now let's see the difference between audit infractions. I'm still giving the introduction and the instruction. Audit infractions and irregularities are both findings that arise from an audit process, but they differ primarily in their legal intention and severely context. Generally, any irregularity is a broader term for a deliberate act of wrongdoing, fraud, or a significant breach of rules, whereas an infraction is commonly treated as a specific, often less intentional breach or violation of established procedures or laws. So let's see, audit irregularity definition. These are intentional acts such as fraud, deception, or deliberate from compliance designed to mislead or produce a personal benefit at the expense of the organization or state. We understand what is irregularity means here. These are intentional acts such as fraud, deception, or deliberate non-compliance designed to mislead or produce a personal benefit at the expense of the organizational state. Let's see the nature of irregularity. They are often associated with dishonesty, misrepresentation, and the breakdown of internal controls. Examples of falsification of records, theft, bribery, and willful misstatement of financial statements. The outcome, these are serious breaches that often require forensic investigation, legal action, and can lead to significant financial losses. On the other hand, let's see audit infraction. These audit infractions, these are generally considered breaches of regulations, laws, or established procedures. While they can be serious, they do not always imply the same level of criminal intent as irregularity. So you see the difference when we talk of infraction and irregularity. And that's why the Constitution used the word irregularity, didn't use the word infraction. So as we were saying, audit infraction, these are generally considered breaches of regulation, laws, or established procedures. While they can be serious, they do not always imply the same level of criminal intent as irregularity. The nature of infractions refer to lapses in the following protocols, such as improper documentation or non-adherence to administrative regulations. See, I'm taking the pain to say this because when I went through the Auditor General's report in the infractions, in fact, 80% of most of the infractions are administrative. They can be avoided. 80% of all the, if anybody worth is held target, 80% are administrative. In fact, the criminal aspect is less than even 10%. You can go through the report. Let me set just one extreme example. For example, let's say items do not pass through the store. I will come to the details. Items do not pass through the store. If you take a tipper truck of sand and you send it to the site, will it pass fiscally through the store? Never. So what is the problem here? Documentation. Somebody must prepare the documents. If somebody fails to do this, an auditor general will come and flash it as infraction. Let's set another simple example. As you are sitting here, they brought this water and coke and everything. As they brought it straight away, like the meals you went and did it pass through the store? That means we went snacks. Did they pass through the store? They won't pass through the store. Somebody must do his work. And that's why I say it's administrative lapses. This can be avoided. You don't even need to wait. How do you get the point I'm making? So if these administrative lapses, which are most of infraction, and that's why the control was right, maybe using the topic infractions. So let's see the example of infractions. Missing documents, as I've said, improper procurement procedures, or unauthorized expenditures that may have been unintentional. And the context of this is that some contexts, particularly in public sector audits infractions, are often highlighted to be corrected through better management and strict compliance with financial regulations. Now, when you go to my write-up, which has put it, I've taken the pain to explain it in the Ghana context, infraction audits, which I'm not going to waste your time to do it. When you go through that, you see the difference between infraction and irregularities, and those that consider go on. It's up to you to do those one. I'm not taking. I even go through citing the international law and the Audit Supreme Court, their definition of infraction, everything for you to do that. So now let's go to the next. That is the legal framework, which I think we can look at. Some of us are born before computers, so for police, you understand. Some of us are born before computers, so please pardon that. That's very good. Somebody should be doing that. Now, this is the legal framework we want to go through. Go to the next, yes. Go to the legal framework, please. No, you have gone back today. Go. Good. That is it. Let me see. Yes, that is it. Now we are going to look at legal framework, underline these infractions. But let me say this. You see, the one all speakers spoke, all the presentation, they came back to one thing: compliance. All of them, they end up to accountability. No one has started. Maybe I should have told you that. You know, when we started with director of budget. Then we came to internal control. Then we came to all these things. Now we are coming to what? Accountability. You know, the budgeting process is 4 stages. Anybody who knows it, preparation of the budget. That's the first stage. When you prepare the budget and you finish, then you go for approval. Second stage to parliament. When they finish, then you spend. It comes back to you. You, the executives, you spend. When you finish spending, then we come accountability, audit. That's the 4 stages of every budget. And what I'm doing now is the last stage, which is the accountability of this. Now, all of them talk of compliance. All of them talk of, and when compliance comes, we are talking about what? Rules, regulations, laws, etc. And I remember Prof said it. We need these rules and laws to at least human behavior in such a way that you need to regulate it. Without it, it won't work. So every institution, every nation must have rules, and the highest of them is what? The Constitution. So you see that a strong understanding of Ghana's legal and institutional framework is essential for analyzing and addressing audit infractions. If you don't understand the framework and the laws, you can't analyze the audit infractions. And as professionals, we are supposed to know all the laws. And that's what we are listed here. I'll take them one by one. Any professional here is work as an accountant, right down from the Constitution all the way to the internal audit agency. Don't say because you are not an auditor, you don't need to even know that. Every rules and law that is applied to financial law, you are supposed to know it. So the first one is the Constitution. At the apex of the 1982 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, Article 187 to 188, which mandates the Auditor General to audit all public accounts. You are fully aware of that. I've already stated that one. Which ensure that the public funds are used lawfully and efficiently. Look at the word, lawfully and efficiently. This constitutional authority is reinforced by the Audit Service Act 2000 at 584, which outlines the powers, functions, and reporting responsibility of the Audit Service. That is the second one, Audit Service Act. The Audit Service Regulation 2011 CI 70, which allows the Auditor General to surcharge expenditures he thinks that they are not right. Now, when you come to the Public Financial Management Act 2016 at 921, is central to Ghana's PFM system. It places direct responsibility on principal spending officers. I'm sure, Prof, you are spending holder or spending officer. Account holder, very good. And controller, you are an account holder. So the chief director is the spending officer. So that one is the PFM. Then we go to LI, that also shows the regulations. Then we come to the Public Procurement Act, Internal Audit Agency, and Stores Regulations. 1884. I don't know whether most of you know this stores regulation. We'll talk about it when it comes to assets and stores. Next, please. Now, I want to take the overview of the infractions or what has happened. I think you'll be interested in that. The overview of the infractions in this country. We are going to take three areas of the overview of the infraction. That is the MDAs, the MMDAs, and the SOEs. When you go through all the total infractions, it's 20.6 billion. In fact, I'm emphasizing my references to the 2025 audit report. So the 2024 audit report and sometimes 2023. The total audit infractions in 2024 is 20.6 billion. And out of these, SOEs top by 18.6 billion. SOEs, followed by the MDAs, 2 billion. Then the MMDAs, the DACF, District Administration Common Fund, take 206 million, and the MMD. And MMDAs is 18.9 million. Public boards, that's the SOE, is 18.4 billion, making a total of 20.8 billion Ghana cedis. That's the total infraction that has been recorded in 2024 Auditor General's report. So you see that at the MDA level, total irregularities amount to approximately 2.6 billion, with a striking concentration in the few key institutions. The Ministry of Finance alone accounts for about 77% of the infractions. After the MDA, I'm just giving you the breakdown. The Ministry of Finance, I quite remember when we made the chief directors. The minister wanted to address them when I did this analysis for him. He realized that his own ministry is having 77% of the infractions. So he didn't know what to tell the chief directors. When was that day? So he looked at them and said, that I think you were there. He said, my whole ministry is even has the highest infractions. Because they didn't analyze for them. Ministry of Finance, 77%, and Ministry of Health, 10%, two together make 80% of the infractions. The rest is spread among the other MDAs. The Ministry of Health contributes about 10%, reflecting significant issues in payroll, procurement, and contract management. The remaining MDAs collectively contribute less than 15%, indicating that the problem is not evenly distributed, but heavily concentrated in high spending and high revenue institutions. That is Ministry of Finance, where the GRA, when we come to breakdown, and the Ministry of Health, the hospitals, that could see this. Now, when you look at the breakdown by police, fund just about 1%, and the MND is less than 1% on the total infractions that has happened in 2024 Auditor General's report. The SOEs are the main fiscal risk center. The question I ask, what's the SOE should have infractions? Because they have the best accountant, they have the resources to do everything. But why do we have 20 billion? And now I'll go to the details. You will know what has caused, this has caused to us. Now the sectoral contribution, who is driving the problem? That is the SOEs and co. Beyond MDAs, the broader public sector picture is even more significant. Public boss. You all know why this happened. The public boss. Why? What meeting and everything. Cooperation, other statutory recorded. At the decentralized level, the DACF recorded the lowest and everything. Let's go to the next, please. Most policy attention often focus on MDAs, but the largest fiscal exposure is in state-owned organizations. Well, I hope those I'm reading, but this already been brought to the attention of the minister himself. Because when this report was writing, I made it to understand that we should have concentrated on the SOEs instead of the MDAs. Yes, most of them, and I think the signal reduction to the MDAs and the MMDAs. But it's the board who enjoy the fat salaries and everything. You know it. It's the board. I was just telling Prof yesterday when one state organization came that the managing director was taking 150,000 a month as a basic salary, and he thinks that they should increase what he's even making losses. He's not even making profit, and yet he thinks that they should increase his salary. That is only basic. There's no allowances. So imagine, why wouldn't you have such infractions? Now, the trend analysis shows that. Let's look at the key insight of what constitutes this. Let's go to the next, please. Now you see, these are the classification. No, go back. Go back, please. Go back, please. Okay, come to the next. So you see the Ministry of, no, next. The Ministry of Finance alone is 77%. Finance and Health is 87%. DACA is raised by, that's, even that, we had a problem here. The DAC regulation. Because in 2023, the total infraction of DAC is 47 million Ghana cedis. From 47 million Ghana, it increased to 205 million Ghana cedis within 1 year. From 2023, the revenue at the DAC Common Fund is 47 million Ghana cedis. 2024, from 47 to 205 million Ghana cedis. What will have cost this? We try to analyze this. Most of them are project management. Later more, I will come to the details. Then you come to the MMDAs. For them, most of the irregularities, which is 80%, is cash management. We'll go to it, it's all about cash irregularities. And for the SOEs, it's uncollected taxes. I will discuss if we will prove that they collect taxes, most of the SOEs. And most of them are uncollected taxes, just like the Ministry of Finance, 77%. Most of, after the 2 billion, 1.5 billion is tax that is not collected at the domestic revenue, DRA. And when we work on it, fortunately, we're able to collect at least 50%, about 1 billion. Recover those things within this, which means most of the tax could be recollected, especially the SOEs. According to Auditor General, 50% of the SOE, 20 billion, could be collected. Imagine 20 billion, you collect just 50%. That's how much? 10 billion. I'm sure that will prevent them from going to World Bank, IMF. Next, please. Now let's see the classification of major infractions, and we'll look at. You see, because there's no interpretation of irregularities, both the Act and the Constitution, it's the discretion of the Auditor General to classify the infraction the way he likes. So when you take each one, he may classify them. For example, at the SOEs, he talk of loans and loans debt infraction. If you go to the MDAs, they talk of tax and tax evasion infractions. So he has that discretion to classify, but generally, we classify them under this heading, and we take them one by one. Financial cash mismanagement, that is unretired interest, unsupported documents, all those kind of things you got to. And for me, that is the most unpardonable one. Especially you, the directors of finance who are here. You have no any reason to process a voucher with that document being attached to the voucher. You have no any, yes, there's emergency. I remember a young man asked a question, I was very happy. Talk about the relations that he wanted to talk. And I wanted to answer him. My last job before I went to Parliament was Director of Audit, Minister of Local Government. And my boss was Honorable Ajay Dako, Minister of Local Government. Up to now, when I go to Sunyani, I eat in his house. The day I did my primaries, he asked me, "Are you NDC?" And I said, "Yes." He didn't believe me. Then he said, "You are one of the best professionals I've met." We never had a problem. When he wants to buy anything from Sunyani, he asked me, we'll look at it, say, "Okay, Chief, there are no documents, but promise me that it will come next 2 weeks." He agreed. As the voucher, I'll continue following him until I get the documents and attach the voucher. It's your relationship with the man that matter. Most of you, we are not humble enough. And most of you, we the internal auditors, I don't want to, as an auditor, we behave like policemen. And that's what brings the relationship between most internal auditors and directors of finance. Instead of collaborating, we are all in the same profession. We are supposed to complement one another. In fact, if a director of finance has a very good internal audit and they are working together, there should never be a problem in that organization. But most of the ego, one of the problems, isn't it? And if we bring it down, we should be able to work as a team. And now, like what Prof said, everybody matters. In organization, let me go back to my first example. You know, when we were serving the food here, we forgot the storekeeper is sitting in the store. Maybe we send you some 2 Coke or malt and some food. You will remember to pass the document. He will remember, but you forgot him. You didn't think he matters. You have eaten, you have forgotten that the storekeeper is sitting in the cage. When everybody matters and we do this, then we see that the flow of document, even if there's a problem, we can easily resolve it before it happens. How you get the point I'm saying? In our relationship, everybody matters in the organization. Everybody. Now, I'm very happy he, the head of civil service, said this coming from the top. The messenger there matters. Some of us, even when we come in the morning, we don't greet the security man. We just pass our car and park and climb up. We think it doesn't matter. But it costs you nothing to park your car and say, oh, chief, it's not the chief, just give you the title. I do well. And then you climb up, you meet your colleagues. Listen. This is the ethical problem that we'll come to it that this year. Let me ask you, Prof. Can we do regulations or laws for ethics? Because I've been wondering, can we? It never exists. No. It's the ethical problem. What does it matter? You enter your office and you greet your neighbor. Oh, how are you doing? And then you go and sit there alone in your deck. 1 minute to say, why? What is wrong? Those are the issue. As Prof put it, your work depends on somebody's work. As yours finish, somebody start. As his finish, somebody start. It's a chain. Break the chain. That's how accounting work is. Those of us in the profession, we have been working. And when we do that, I can tell you that most of these infractions would be avoided. 80% of these infractions would not happen. I want somebody to come and tell you this. 80% of this infraction will not happen. Unfortunately, we allow this thing to happen, and the Auditor General will come. The Auditor General is no more qualified than you. You are a chartered accountant. Either that his death statute doesn't make him better than you. And if you know what you are doing, he can also challenge him. He can also make them know what I'm saying according to the law is right. You see, last week when we met the Auditor General, the minister put it in that nobody has ever challenged his report. That's why he's getting away with it. Unfortunately, last week, did somebody challenge the report? Did you win the case? I remember when I went to Sunyani on my trip, a guy got up, and I like that guy. I don't remember him. One of the assembly. That, Alaji, I'm very happy that they are bringing the financial court. Some of us will challenge the Auditor General at the court. And I was happy as an accountant in control. He was bold enough to say it because he knew what he was doing. If we know what we are doing in these infractions, and we go on, I am telling you that this infraction will reduce by not less than 50%. But they shouldn't be here. Apart from the criminal one, which is somebody has stolen, they can't do anything about it, or fraud, that one, fine. But those things like administrative things, PVs are not supported by document. A minister has traveled, come and retire your impress, and he refused. I know. A minister has traveled. Come and retire. Sometimes I wonder what beats my mind is. You could see that about 200,000 of fuel cannot be accounted for. Common fuel, they can't get a receipt at the filling station. Please. It's unpardonable. You can't get receipt at filling station. Even if I walk from here and go there, I can get a receipt. And these are put in the report. What page in the book? You know, when the book is published, it's the whole world. When the book is published, it's the whole world. And they put it in the book that this particular MD assembly cannot account of 20,000 fuel receipt. Oh, please. I think we can do better. Listen. So you see, these financial irregularities, unaccounted impress, we can do that. Now, revenue uncollected taxes not accounted. There are two aspects of here, and especially those from the MMDAs. I had a chance to talk to the Auditor General on this. If I budget my revenue for 20 million and I'm not able to collect it, I collect 50 million, should that be a crime? Should that be a crime? I budgeted 20 to collect and I managed to collect 50. Should that be a report that I didn't collect revenue? Not again. Of course, you can say that I didn't meet my target. But you see, the reporting style also matters. The Auditor General. How you get the point I'm making? Another one is uncompleted building. Sometimes you see the report, uncompleted building, 300 million. And somebody chop money. If a building is not completed, and you value it 300 million, you brought 300 million, the people think, according to this guy, where in reality he did nothing. So these are some of the issues that we can sit with them and let them understand that the reporting style will look at it and go, you see. So most of the revenue, one is they collect it and they didn't pay it. But the other one is they didn't meet their target. And another part of it is that when the JCR are missing, the revenue book, they are not accounted for, which we need to look at it. Why will you issue a revenue book and you are not accounted for? No, value books are the work of the accountant to see that value books are issued in serial numbers. And if value books are issued in serial numbers, how come that we cannot account for this? Then procurement. For sole source, I don't want to talk because you're all aware of it in the air. Recently, sole source has become from one government to another government. So you all know what is happening at the sole source in DC. Contract inflation, variation. I remember the one I just took over was talking about contract variation, and Dr. Two was talking about where you have to do variation of reducing a capital expenditure for revenue expenditure. No accountant will do that. Why will you buy stationery and capitalize stationery? No accountant will do that. See, what I'm trying to say that let us not give the room for the Auditor General to think that we don't know anything. Because we know better than them. You prepare the accounts. You know the system. He has only come. So most of them are even inexperienced. When they come, they don't understand the system. Unless you see them. It's not true. Most of them don't understand the system. But let me tell you, what makes me to do accounting. When I was sitting down, an auditor came to me that I was working in Ghana Airways. And when he came to audit my cashier, I said, we should have patience so that the cashier will balance the book. No. So I poured the money to him. When he counted that, there was a surplus of 3,000 pounds sterling. I said, you should count it again. That money doesn't, is it 3,000 pounds sterling? He counted this. He know that he was missing Swiss dollars, Canadian dollars. He missed all that day. He didn't understand what was going. So now I told him to sit down. And I sorted all the money for him. After that, I told him, my brother, you came like a policeman. It's an accounting way. That angered me, and I wanted to do my professional accounting. And chatted. Because I think stupid people were there, they didn't understand what they were doing. And need to be this thing. These are some of the issues. Prove to the man that you know your work. Let him understand. There's no anger, there's no ego. Calm down. Just calm down. Let him understand that you are a chartered accountant from controller and you know what exactly what you are doing. If you fail to understand, look, when I did take a job and I finished and I said to management, we were arguing. I said, don't worry. That's my opinion. I'm going to put your opinion. We'll send it to the board. Reasonable people will get it. You get the point I'm saying? You have a boss. Don't bite. Once you know you are right, you have followed the law. Follow it, explain to you without fighting, because reasonable people can interpret the law to know what it means. It's not right. That's what I'm saying. Because we want the controller to succeed. And we want control. Most of these infractions are blamed on you, the controller staff. Most of them. Not even the internal audit. Because you are the people who do the recording. You are the people who do everything. You are not the spending officer, but you take blame. Don't you have an accountant? Don't you have a professional accountant? You see. But the blame should not come to you. Because some of you are likely compromise. I don't know the reason why, but don't compromise your profession. But nobody can take your daily bread away apart from God. Now, payroll, those names. This is a big problem I think controller is here. You know, I will tell you, I was one of the first. I remember when they brought my chairman, he was talking, you know, when I joined controller, my first job was director of audit and investigation. That I used to report to APIA at Office Hini. That is my first job. When I came from London, audit investigation, I was the director of audit investigation. In fact, there that we decided that controller should not have audit. We should create the internal audit agency and take audit away from controller, because you cannot be the master and the center be the this thing. At that time, Mr. Tufo and Professor Gatti, whatever is going on, they will do this audit and investigate this. So please, the God's name, this is not now. When I joined controller, we did audit God's name and we have never solved the problem up to now. So nobody should think that God's name is something that is new. It has never. Look, when the NDC lost election 2000, at that time I was the departmental accounting head director, and we have to do God's name. Then Yaosafumafo was the Minister of Finance. We did. Then he came out. We have found the God's name. That this and this. What happened? NDC came. We'll find it. They will play politics there and go on. I think we need to sit down and look at this very well. The whole problem is, where does the final transaction end? I'll set my example. When I left Ministry of Local Government and when I was going to Parliament, my name kept on coming. The first month I saw my name. The second month I saw my name. So I went to Ministry of Local and said, look, are you people not deleting my name? Because my name is coming. Then they said, control. Fortunately, because I've been controller staff before, I managed to go and delete my name. But how many people can do that? You get the point? So the question is, where is the problem? Is it at the source document, at the HR, or is it at controller? Which I think, controller, you need to sit up and look at. Because I defend controller anyway that controller only put a cost to the payroll. Those who prepare payroll are the HR from the mother organization. Is that not supposed to be? Is that not supposed to be? They prepare and you put the cost on it. So why should you be blamed by somebody put the cost? Or is that you also add other names to it? I don't know. I'm only asking a question. So let's look at the issue of the ghost name controller, because you have done a very good job and controller staff are now doing very well. But this ghost name is taking a little of your shining away. If you can set a team, you don't even need the minister or anything. If you can set a team to sit down, right down from grassroots, I mean from the district all the way to the MDAs, and look at it holistically, get a good technical team. I trust, in fact, to be honest, I'm not saying go ahead. The controller staff we have now, they are very well professional and very knowledgeable. I've gone throughout the whole country. I went through, I've met all the regional ministers, I've met all the DCEs, I've met most of the men, and I know most of them. But they are doing very well. And let the shine so that controller can be able to solve this ghost name, because it is Kojo, how did they say Kojo? Started a long time later to solve it. And we come to the unearned salaries. This unearned salaries issue too is the same thing. People have retired, or people have been out, people have left. Sometimes the problem is somebody went on leave. He traveled abroad. You are expecting him to resume on April. He hasn't come. May, he hasn't come. Why do you continue to pay him in June? Because there's no letter showing that he has extended. At least the 2 months he hasn't come, block the salary. At least block it if it's temporary. And I think controller, give at least some power to your directors or regional directors to be able to do this. You see what I'm saying? It will at least reduce the unearned salary. If the regional directors have power, that somebody went on leave, he's supposed to resume in May ending. Yeah, April, he hasn't resumed. May, he hasn't resumed. But June, you should block it and carry investigation. Because you cannot sit there to do most of these things. If you can look at the way of looking apart to do that, it will help to reduce their earned salaries. Then stores, missing assets and weak. In fact, the one who just came before he left has talked much about the stores and the DCs. It's one of the weaknesses that we have this year. Because where you go to most organizations, we like the access control. Even we just moved to a new place, Ministry of Finance. At least we are about 2 months old. None of the access able. You think 2 months is enough for a thief to take a chair to go home? I'm asking, it's not 2 months is not enough for a thief to take one of the wheels and go home. More than enough. But we haven't labeled our assets. That's the problem in this country. Those who want to see the laws are working are very good at pointing figures to somebody. So the assets register is very important. Make sure your inventories you are accounting for. And most of, you see, whether you like it or not, once you are a director of finance, you are also an auditor. See, don't think that once you're a director of finance or you're a finance officer, you are also an auditor. So it's the same profession. So audit yourself. But make sure that you don't even need to wait for the auditor. If you make sure all your books are correct, you have no problem. And inventories is one of the most important things. Now that they are coming to talk about most of the issue and this concerning assets register and all this, we need to make sure in a one small way all the assets are captured. Even if you don't have the value for it, let's capture the assets. How for the value, it depends. Because you can have the market value or the book value. So it doesn't matter. But you capture the asset. Whatever value you put at the assets, it can be changed. Just have the assets. Then loan debts. Poor recovery. This is to do more with the SOEs. I don't know whether the SOEs are here, but that is, most of them have the loan. Out of the 20 billion, after the 18.6 billion, more than 50 billion is the loans recovery and the taxes they have collected. Next, please. Yeah, these are the root causes of these infractions that we have. Let's look at them and see why they. This. To effectively address audit infraction, it's essential to move beyond symptoms and examine the underlying root causes. The 2024 audit evidence clearly showed that these infractions are not accidental. They are the result of systematic, institutional, and behavioral weaknesses. How you get the point we are saying here? It clearly shows that these infractions are not accidental. They are the results of systematic, institutional, and behavioral weaknesses, often linked to non-enforcement of existing laws. In fact, if you take the Auditor General report, since I know it is from 2004 up to date, there's only one to say the reason why all this has happened is non-compliance with the law with impunity. Go and read Oswald. Non-compliance with the laws with impunity. People fail to obey the law and they get away with it. That's the reason why he gave to all this. Now, institutional causes. A major driver of audit infraction is the weak enforcement of legal provisions. We're supposed to do that. We're supposed to ensure that the legal provisions are adhered to. Compliance. That's why I say if you look all this from the director of budget to everybody, it's about compliance. We fail to comply with the law. Particularly under the Audit Service Regulation 2011 CY 70. Although CY 70 empowers the Auditor General to apply disallowances and surcharge, enforcement remains inconsistent. This has led to a lack of sanctions, creating a culture of impunity where public officers do not feel inadequately, don't feel personally accountable for financial losses. Yes, because when the staff misbehave, nobody punish them, nobody puts sanctions, so they get away with it. And once they get away with it, this man thing that Kofi has done it, nobody has done. Why should make Kwame do it and they should do to me? Similarly, provisions in the Public Financial Management Act are often not enforced strictly, weakening compliance. Administrative causes. Many infractions arise from poor record keeping and reliance on manual system. That's right through it there. Administrative causes. And then we have the human factor. That is the causes we have listed here. Why the reason why the root causes of this here. You read it, you see here, you see the institutional causes, you see the administrative causes, you see the human factor, and the specific causes. So these are the real why this thing happen. The details is in the write-ups. I'll give it to you. Next, please. Next. Those are the things I mentioned. Weak enforcement of the law, lack of sanctions, administrative poor records, and manual systems. But the question is, do we even work with the manual? Most of it. I remember that when I was the director of audit, if I did the first manual of the internal audit for the MMDAs, the support of GIZ, and I realized that even the manual, they put it aside. Most of it, when I went around, they are not being obeyed. You see. Next, please. So these are systemic and cross-cutting issues. Revenue leakages. One of the biggest problems of the national problem. 70%. If you look at the fractions, revenue leakage is the major one, cut across 70%. If we can work to get even 70% of these revenue leakages, I can tell you that we don't need to go to IMF. Weak cash controls. You all know, yesterday I remember when doctor was talking, he talked about cash. You know the difference between wealth and cash. You know that? I remember when I traveled and I reached Switzerland, the airport, then they stated that wealth whisper and cash talk. I didn't understand it first. So when I went to my bed hotel, I said, wealth whisper and cash talk. And I remember that Ashanti is true because you have wealth, you have to turn it into cash. So if you get a case right now and they want the cash, it doesn't, but the one holding the cash, he talk, he's the king. So you all know that, and cash is the highest risk of liquidity. Once there's a cash you are managing, you have a high risk on it. High fraud risk is on cash, as people hold the cash. Procurement failures, you know it. Payroll failures, I've talked about it. The problem is enforcement, not absence of law. There's enough law in this country. The problem is how do you enforce those laws. Next, please. Impact of fiscal governance. Revenue losses reduce national budget capacity. You all know it. You all know that revenue loss, if, for example, we prepare a budget of 20 billion and that 70% leakage, we have even 10% to bring it. could have sent the budget to about 25 billion or 30 billion. But when the leakage is not there, the real losses, you have also reduced the real capacity. Poor service delivery, health education. That money that is lost could build schools, hospitals, etc., and create employment. Increase borrowing. Once the revenue is lost and the government has higher expenditure, he has no objection than to go and borrow to make up the deficit. Loss of public trust in institutions. You know, this has come out all the way. Loss of public trust. Loss of public trust. Because once the institutions are not doing this, and the weak fiscal discipline, that word has come again, discipline, cut across all the ledgers. We must have fiscal discipline. And that fiscal discipline, how do you maintain it? I remember I want to add to an asking. You have done well by sustaining fiscal discipline in 2005. How do you maintain it? That's that question. Can you sustain the fiscal discipline? Well, it's not easy to have that fiscal discipline. He might have done, look at 2005, managed to stabilize the economy and everything. But is it sustainable? If we are not able to do all this and reduce them and try to help, then that fiscal discipline, we are likely to defeat it as a cause. Next, please. When we come to strategies to address the infractions, enforce at 921, at 584 sanctions and surcharges. That's the simple way. If I write that the only way we can do this is to let the sanction regime work. People who are fault of the law should be able to face the law, and that will work. When we came back to digital system, GIFMIS. That GIFMIS, when I went around, most people, because the GIFMIS might explain it, most people talk about the problem of GIFMIS. And then the controller said they are going to tackle it and go on. It will help us. Digitalization is very good. But even there, somebody asked a question of the audit tree in digitalization, and I answered the question. So GIFMIS, e-procurement, real-time dashboards are some of the issues we can use as a strategy to address the issues of infractions. Next, please. Strengthening internal audit. That is one problem. We will talk it. It's not wasting my time here because we are going to meet the Director of Final Audit. In fact, where there's good internal audit, 80% of this problem will be solved. Where the internal audit and the Director of Finance are working and the management, 80% of this problem will solve. But most of it, the internal audit is neglected. It's not part of decision making. And instead of him to help himself, he also behave like a policeman, then create problem for himself. Some of these problems, some of them working as a team. So these are the issues we want to address. So the internal auditor is accepted, create the units, and then you work hand in hand with the directors of finance. So let's go on. Improve internal control system, segregation, all these things are there. See, segregation, reconciliation, he talk about it. How can you, anything about accounting is reconciliation. If I gave you 10 CDs and you spend 8 CDs, there's a balance of 2 CDs. If you spend 30 CDs, you tell me where you got the 3 CDs, because I gave you 10. That's all about accounting, isn't it? All accounting about reconciliation. So if you cannot reconcile your figures, not only bank reconciliation, all other reconciliations. All other reconciliations. Then improve, promote transparency and citizen. That word is always come across, transparency, citizens, oversight. So all these help. And next, please. So these are the best practices we have given you. I want to end here. I think I want to end here and take any questions from Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your powerful presentation. But the first one I want to talk about is the ghost names. I think you said it's from Kojohoho and it cannot be solved. I beg to differ. Yes, okay. We cannot eliminate it, but I think we can use the incidence of ghost names to come down. And then on an earned salary, you made an example that as somebody went on leave, and after 3 or 4 months, you expect controller to block the person's salary or empower the directors to do that. Controller cannot block. we wouldn't even know that the person is going on leave and he or she is not back. It's the validators. It's the responsibility of the MDA. You understand? Nathan will run the payroll, the test run. The information is given to the MDAs, and then they will determine who should be paid in any particular month. I just want to explain that. So controller don't have that power to block the salary. Yeah, that's something on that issue. Yeah, thank you very much.
Two questions, and please be as brief as possible. Get to the point, please.
Robert Betka-Japio, Regional Director, Savannah. Honorable, we really enjoy your presentation, and thank you for acknowledging the good work controller staff are doing. My contribution is in respect of the magnitude of the value of the audit report. I feel that it's always exaggerated in the sense that you have one infraction, one PV, being categorized into 3 infractions, and the amount is accumulated and reported as infraction. So I believe that if they look at the report critically, the amount they normally report that government is losing may not be the reality because it's exaggerated. My second has to do with, at your end, you indicated that there should be segregation of duty. That is true. But in our department, my boss is here, Savannah, we are highly understaffed. You have this assembly, you have only the finance officer and 2 officers managing funds. How do we even segregate the duty? Because they are not there. So please, we want to do the work as much as we want, but sometimes we are constrained by logistics. So we need staff to be able to do our work. Because we know that one person doing work, the risk is very high, but in the circumstances, we have to manage it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's show appreciation to the presenter. You know, I always argue experience is not sold on the Makola market. I hope you understand. Experience is not sold on the Makola market. So you saw the experience, you know, all those things are brought to bear in the presentation. So he's very confident, speaking to facts. He's not arguing in the street, speaking to facts. So Salaji, we are grateful. And if you are a technical advisor, you deserve it, because you would actually be advising the manner that will bring dignity to all of us. So just a quick one which is also undermining our state. Those who are benefiting from scholarships from us. So it's coming up strongly. It's being listed as other infractions or irregularities. You understand? So these are Ghanaians who, by virtue of the policy that we want to build capacity, we've actually managed some scholarships for them. Go and deepen your understanding, reflexes, and sharpen your brains, and get more tools. Come and help us administer. They melt into the system. They go and they melt into the system, and they can't be found. And then it becomes an albatross around our necks. So that's one area they are looking at. So quickly, so we are working with controller, one, and then we are also working with Attorney General, Minister of Justice, to deal with such cockroaches. But the reason at some point the university stopped giving scholarships to Ghanaians, because they will go and not come back. It's hard-earned money, hard taxpayers' money that we have said that, and the sovereign money that we said that go and deliver and come back. They have not come back. So those are we are dealing with controller and others so that we can have a common ground to deal with them. Already I have referred some of them to Attorney General for advice how we can deal with them. We're using the Interpol. We are even bringing in their guarantors. And sometimes you look at the guarantor, and the guarantor comes and you say, "You're torn to cry." You see some guarantor, a man of straw, and you say that, "Oh Lord, be with us." On a more serious note, what we are also doing is to review the policy. Review the policy. And the worst offenders are those who go to Europe and then North America. But the Asian countries, they will personally ensure that you come back. But there are some that they even follow you with their own officers and bring you to Kotoka, Accra International Airport, and ensure that you are here in Ghana. So we are reviewing the policy. The council will have to approve it, and then we'll activate it. It's unfortunate. Maybe so those who will do the scholarship, internal, maybe we are going to Legon and others or whatever, that one will sponsor. But there are others that we are going to go outside that we will not support. If you want to go, we'll give you leave without pay. When you come and we have space, we will re-engage you. You understand? But if there's no space, may the Lord be with you when you come back. Thank you very much for the opportunity. But let's show appreciation to him.
On that note, we would not take any more questions. It's rather unfortunate, but would want Honorable to address the question that the young man asked.
Thank you very much. Yes, what my brother said was right. We brought you to the attention of the Auditor General. The multiple infraction being reported under one infraction. For example, there will be a infraction like cash, PV, PV not supported by document. All of them will be only one transaction, and then they report it as a multiple. We brought it to this attention. In fact, we made the Auditor General. It's not everything I can say here concerning most of the issues they say. Let me say one thing. When I was a PAC, and that one I always praise Kendapa when he was the chairman of the committee. We try to protect the Auditor General. We have to. Because as soon as they lose confidence in the Auditor General, then everything in the country is finished. As soon as that is why we have to. You see what has happened the other day. It's something right now we are all worried. Because I don't know how, like Dr. Adede was saying, how is people going to accept the 2025 audit report? You get the point I'm saying? And it's something that we have to do. But Auditor General must always be supported. And he has to do his work properly. I think they maybe need to. What you say is 100% correct. But when it comes to segregation of duties, not most organizations can get segregation of duty. Sometimes you can get one person performing another person. Only integrity. You see, and this will not matters. Because segregation of duty to ensure that one man check on one another and this. But for example, if I'm the cashier, I send the money to the bank, I do bank reconciliation, I prepare the cash book. We accept you to have a high level of integrity to ensure that the right thing is done. I know it's difficult, but that is what is expected to be done. You get the point? So you may not get all the stuff you want because controller himself is financial clearance. They have not given to you. He has no money to employ everybody. So we have to do what it is. I think I'm done, isn't it? Yes. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for Alaji again. When we work in Ministry of Local Government, that means assemblies, some of the things that she's talking about. We have a chief executive who has not been finished for those times. I used to work in us. I worked in KMA and AMA. Chief executive who has not even finished 5. Give you instructions. But you need to manage them. manage them very well. And so what it means is that, as Alaji said, let's use our egos, work the internal test. You may say that they are going to slow down and work. But if you use them very well, all the infractions that are coming up will not come up. I think that only when you work very well, that management will notice you, push you up. It's better that you relate to them very well, push down your ego, then relate to them. Whatever means, like you said, that when you are sharing the lunch food, make sure that you say something to the storekeeper. Very important. That you know that all of us are in the same team. You either sink or float in the same boat. So it's very important. I think that as regards the limited segregation, I know that controller is working on getting some financial clearance more people. So when we have it. Sorry. Okay. As regards the limited staff, which that segregation, I know that controller is working on getting financial clearance. I'm sure that when he does get it, more staff will be employed. As regards the scholarships, we're doing something on the payroll, which is called putting the end date. So that if you are going for study for 4 years or 2 years, put the end date on the system, such that if you don't report, then you are off. I'm sure as regards the bond thing, of course we'll be looking at it. Thank you. Thank you all for your rapt attention, and I hope that we'll pick from slides when we see them and use it to implement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We're going straight to the next presentation, and that will be chaired by Dr. Dako, Head of Civil Service. It's a health discussion. Mr. Kwesi Pratt was interviewed. They asked him how come he's kept fit to this point. And he said he listens to his body. So when he feels that the body is tired, he sleeps. He said he really pays attention to his body. So how many of us do pay attention to our system? Maybe you've eaten some food last night. You woke up in the morning, you are not feeling fine, but you still go on to eat that food. You know that that food disturbed you. So what we've gotten to is about our health. And it's very important for us to be healthy, to be able to work, to make meaningful contribution to the growth of CAGD. So with a round of applause, let's welcome the chairman for this session, Dr. Agredako.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You've been so wonderful. Let's show appreciation to ourselves. I still want to insist that few must work for the many to what? To enjoy. One of my moments of glory is when I have done something and I've seen that majority are benefiting. It's not everything that is reducible to money. Please let's take note. The economists have something they call the quid pro quo, direct benefit. There are some people that everything they do, they expect what we call the quid pro quo, direct benefit. So take note. We have a very important session as well, playing from the discussions and the structures and almost a sermon on these infractions that have been delivered. We are dealing with health. Health, they say, is what? It's wealth. Indeed, it is when you are not well that you know the importance of becoming fiscally fit. Sometimes we take our health for granted. Let's take note. We have a very important topic, and for security reasons, we will not disclose the topic. It's a health talk. The bottom line is that what? It's a health talk. Whether it's Jonah who swallowed the whale or the whale which swallowed Jonah, there was a swallow. And we have a very important doctor, Dr. Edwin Adokwe, a distinguished Ghanaian physician, gynecologist at the Eastern Regional Hospital in Koforidua here. And he is a well sought after medical practitioner, a member of the Ghana College of Surgeons, and he has earned reputation for being precise with all manner of things. His professional foundations was built at the University of Ghana Medical School. Why not? Couldn't have been any other. In his daily practice, he manages the full spectrum of his area, addressing, sharing high risk, pregnancies towards the landing, addressing the nuances of other gynecological issues and so on. Ultimately, Dr. Kwe represents all the health issues. You see, what you need to know is that health issues are benefit to all of us. Because as a married man, I know that if your wife is not well, you are not well. Unless you want to use that as an exit. And the reverse is also true, right? If your husband is not well, that one can be a wahala, depending on where the difficulties are coming from. And that can also give you a lot of headache, as a woman. And that is what sometimes gives me the sense that that's the conclusion. So this doctor is well placed, and we couldn't have selected better, individual to deal with this subject matter, which for me is very critical to the survival of our homes, everything. If some of us are enjoying some semblance of cemetery stability, when I say cemetery stability is a temporary stability. I hope you understand. When you go to the cemetery and the place is quiet, it doesn't mean all of them are at peace with their maker. So if some of us are enjoying some semblance of cemetery stability, it's because we are actually discharging our obligations reasonably well. So with applause, where's Doc? Let's invite Dr. Yes. Which one were you when you were in Legon? Which one? You were in Commonwealth Hall. I wouldn't have invited him. But the Commonwealth guys, they say that there's only city in Legon, and that's Commonwealth Hall. They say the rest of us are all colonies. As for Legon Hall, they describe us as they said a gentleman is somebody who has been laid in state. Cannot talk. Talk, you have the opportunity. Deal with the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Controller. Good afternoon, governing controllers. Good afternoon, deputy controllers. Good afternoon. Then the regional directors, all protocol observed. I'm glad to be here this afternoon. It's actually a pleasure to be here. Once again, my name is Dr. Edwin Adokwe. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist with the Eastern Regional Hospital, Koforidua. And it's a busy place, but we are doing our best to keep women safe in this region. Right. So our topic for discussion is on the quality of life and economic burden of male sexual dysfunction. right. So male sexual dysfunction is a sensitive topic, but it's something that needs to be addressed. Yes, because it's a pointer to other. If you have a male sexual dysfunction, it's a pointer to other disease conditions in the body. So it's something that needs to be addressed. The outline of the presentation. Slides. We're having a bit of technical challenge, but I'm sure it will be addressed. So while they resolve this issue, male sexual dysfunction is something we commonly see, or people coming with at the consulting rooms, and often most of these men come with their partners, their wives, or with their girlfriends. It seems like when such issue come up, it's the ladies who are more worried than the men who rather have the issue. Yeah. It's something. It's something that very often is the ladies who come in with such complaints, and it's a topic that we have to address. Commonly, the common ones we see when it comes to male sexual dysfunction, the first is premature ejaculation. Second is erectile dysfunction, which is the top of the list, and then third is people with low sex drive. Yes. So there are some definitions to these conditions. When you say man has premature ejaculation, the right definition is when a man is unable to maintain penile-vaginal intercourse for more than 2 minutes then we can say that the man has premature ejaculation. Ideally, when you are engaging in the penetrative sexual intercourse, for the first round, so for the first round, medically, it should last between 5 to 7 minutes. If anyone tells you that first round of sex, he lasts for more than 1 hour, that is a lie. The person has taken something to boost the sexual performance. It's the subsequent rounds that it takes longer for someone to ejaculate. Yes, so for first round, within 5 to 7 minutes, it should be done. Yes. And if you are strong enough to get your erection again, then the duration can prolong. Yes. And the other definition, the erectile dysfunction. Erectile dysfunction is defined as you not being able to have an erection, one, or maintain an erection for a satisfactory sexual intercourse. So what we've seen is some may get erection all right. They will get erected during foreplay. But when it's time to penetrate, then they lose the erection. Yeah, it happens. We hear a lot of stories in the consulting room. When it's time for them to have an erection, then they lose it. Others too would have the erection all right. They enter and then they lose the erection while in the vagina. Oh yeah, things happen. So, and luckily, both premature ejaculation and erectile dysfunction can be managed. They can be managed. It's not something that when you have it, it's a death sentence. It can be managed. Because if you fail to address it, there wouldn't be peace at home. Maybe you are married and you ask your wife, baby, what are we eating this morning? You'll be like, that's him. You get it. Or she wakes up and she's all moody. She's not ready to hear anything. You might be convinced that there's money at home and everything, but yet still your wife is not happy or your partner is not happy. Sometimes instead of her calling you maybe baby or my love, you'll be like, Kwesi Papa, and then what is it? Papa, what? Yes, and it's all because, and it's not because there's no money at home. It's just because she's not sexually satisfied. She's sexually frustrated and she's very moody. So it's something that is why they always come with their partners to the consulting room, because what we've noticed is majority of men don't like coming to the hospital. When you see a man at the hospital, then probably whatever he has persisted for so long. Yes, or he has been forced there by his partner. Yes, so we would have to look at it. Yes, so let me just start with the premature ejaculation. What research has stated, or what research shows, is that men with low levels of serotonin is a neurotransmitter we have in the body. It's produced in the gut, the digestive tract, and it's transmitted to the brain. Men who generally have very low levels of this serotonin tend to ejaculate quicker during sex. Yes, and those who have high levels of the serotonin are able to maintain sex for a longer period before they ejaculate. And luckily, there are natural ways you can boost your serum serotonin. You have to look at your diet. Yeah, so you can tackle your diet. Dietary, there are some food substances that are rich in an amino acid we call tryptophan. And this is this tryptophan that is converted to serotonin in the body. Some of these food items, like the dairy products, milk, cheese, probiotic yogurt, and then for food items like eggs, turkey. Then for the legumes, we have groundnuts. Yeah, so men who technically lack vessel, you need intact vessels to have that executed perfectly. So many men fail to report erectile dysfunction, and it's for obvious reasons, ego, or they are embarrassed, or they come to the hospital and the doctors are not having a good rapport with them, so they will not disclose certain information to them. So it's now customer care is even being taught in medical school, so people like practitioners can have good interactions with their patients. Yes. And this erectile dysfunction has been noted to be closely related to cardiovascular diseases. Cardiovascular disease like myocardial infarction, what we commonly call heart attack, diabetes mellitus, hyperlipidemia is excessive cholesterol in the bloodstream, and hypertension. So erectile dysfunction per se is an indicator that something bad is happening in the system, in the body. So when someone gets an erectile dysfunction, we just do not tackle the erection aspect. We have to screen and find out whether the heart is in a good condition, the cholesterol levels are normal, there's no excess sugar in his bloodstream. Yeah, so it's not just the erection. So we look at the person holistically. And there are several categorization of the erectile dysfunction. It can be psychological, when in that case the gentleman's vessels are in good condition, person doesn't have diabetes or hypertension or anything. It's just a brain issue. Let's say the patient or the gentleman's rent is due and there's no money in the pocket to pay the rent. That can shut off the erectile response or can even make him not have desire to have sex. Yes, so the psychological aspect must also be tackled with. So anytime you meet someone with erectile dysfunction, you need to screen well to know which one you are dealing with. Is it the psychological aspect or an organic aspect? Organic aspect is when the person has a disease condition which needs to be treated. Right? And most young men tend to have the psychological erectile dysfunction. Because of the considerable damage, emotional damage ED has, we always address the condition together with the partner. It's best to come to the hospital with your partner when there is such issue as male sexual dysfunction, because it impacts the quality of life of the couple. And that's a condition which affects all age groups, irrespective of your age. But for ED, as you hit 40 and above, your chances of getting erectile dysfunction also increases. Yes. A study shows that 52% of men 40 to 70 years of age all describe some degree of erectile dysfunction. And one cross-sectional study found a 4-fold increase in the prevalence of erectile dysfunction in men in their 70s compared with men in their 20s. So with ED, it's more of it's an age issue. As you age, if you don't put in certain interventions, you come down with erectile dysfunction and you would have issues with your partner. There's this mismatch. For women, as they hit menopause, their sexual arousal peaks. But unfortunately for men, theirs dwindle. Yes. so it puts a lot of stress on the older generation of men, because you have a wife whose sexual needs have just shot up. just because she's hit menopause, and you're unable to match up. So it becomes a challenge which we always try to address at the hospital. By age 40% of men have already been affected with erectile dysfunction, and 70% by age 70. And global estimates show that erectile dysfunction would affect 322 million men worldwide by 2025. We're already in 2025. The cause of erectile dysfunction is multifactorial. Depression, performance anxiety, and other sexual disorders can be strong contributing factors. Performance anxiety in the sense that for some men, when they know they have a sexual encounter, or what we saw, they have a match, they tend to dwell so much on that encounter, such that by the time the lady comes to the room, they've even lost their erection, or they are unable to have an erection. Yes, it's all because they are anxious about the impending act. So just keeping in mind that anytime you have a planned intercourse or a spontaneous intercourse, don't dwell so much on how well you're going to perform. If you think about your performance, you might end up not performing at all. Exactly. So as I said, aging is an essential factor contributing to ED. As you age, you're at risk of having the hypertension, the high blood pressures, your sugar levels begin to go up, your cholesterol levels begin to go up. And that is why we have to routinely do our annual checks, just to be sure conditions that are associated with aging do not catch up with us. Diabetes mellitus is a big culprit when it comes to erectile dysfunction. It damages the nerves. Yes. So if you know you have diabetes, make sure your sugar levels are well controlled so that you can be in charge in the bedroom. Yes. And then metabolic syndrome has also been shown to contribute significantly to erectile dysfunction. With metabolic syndrome, it comprises of an individual with high blood pressures, high blood sugar levels, high levels of serum cholesterol, and they have increased fat around their waist. Yes. So it comes down to exercising and watching your diet to be able to control this condition. Other causes of erectile dysfunction, we have neurological diseases like multiple sclerosis. With multiple sclerosis, your own immune system attacks the sheath covering the brain and spinal cord. And you know that once your nerves are damaged, you will not be able to have an erection. Others are hormonal causes. If you're a man and you have thyroid issues, either your thyroid hormone levels are too high. If they are too high, they affect your ability to have erections. If the hormone levels are too low as well, they affect your ability to have an erection. And then trauma, pelvic fractures, spinal cord injuries, they all contribute to erectile dysfunction. We have stroke. Individuals with stroke also struggle to maintain erections during sex. And then there's a condition called priapism, defined as painful and persistent erection of the penis that lasts for 4 hours or more. We commonly see priapism in individuals with sickle cell disease. Yes, but it can be self-inflicted. You might not have sickle cell disease, but can have priapism. If you take aphrodisiacs and after the act, your erections are not going down, you can suffer priapism. And priapism is a medical emergency. Once you have it, and the erection does not go back to normal after 4 hours, you will lose your ability to have subsequent erections. So anyone with priapism is always rushed to theater, and then we drain the blood that has collected in the penis so that the erection can die off. A meta-analysis of 14 studies totaling over 90,000 men with erectile dysfunction found that these patients had 44% more cardiovascular events, 62% more myocardial infarctions, 39% more strokes, and 25% increased risk of death compared to patients without erectile dysfunction. So just by having erectile dysfunction, you are at risk of getting heart attack, you are at risk of getting stroke, you are at risk of getting other cardiovascular events. So having this knowledge, you should know that it's something that needs to be addressed. And ED, or erectile dysfunction, is a useful independent predictive value for future cardiovascular events. And we need to screen all patients with ED for cardiovascular risk. So anytime you have a patient with erectile dysfunction, aside trying to address the erectile issues, you're supposed, as a doctor, supposed to refer the patient to see a cardiologist for him or her to screen the patient and check whether there are other risk factors that needs to be addressed, and not just the erection. Because what's the point of resolving the erectile issues and then the next thing you hear, the person is dead? Right? So you need to do the appropriate referrals and treat the patient holistically. Obesity has been associated with a 50% increase in erectile dysfunction. So for you to know whether you're obese, you need to calculate your BMI, the basic, your body mass index. Yes. Anything above 30 means you are obese. So for calculating your BMI, we check your weight and then we check your height and then we do the calculations. For individuals who fall between 18 to 25, that's a normal weight, normal BMI. Normal BMI is between 18 to 25. Once they check your BMI and it's between 25 to 29.9, you are overweight. Yes. But once you hit 30, you're obese, and then categories of the obesity. So occasionally you can go to a clinic or a hospital and have them check your BMI to know where you fall. Right? 1/3 of obese men with erectile dysfunction who enrolled in a weight loss program resolved their erectile dysfunction symptoms in 2 years, according to a study. So losing weight has a positive impact on your erectile function. And for smokers, in smokers who quit, erectile quality improved by 25% after a year. For heavy alcohol users, they also reported increased risk of erectile dysfunction compared to the general population. That is telling us not to abuse alcohol. Majority of men with symptomatic bilateral prostatic hyperplasia. So as a man, as you age, your prostate also gets larger, gets bigger. And ultrasound scans can pick that. Men with benign prostatic hyperplasia who have symptoms like they have difficulty to pee, or when they want to pee, they have to stand for a while before the urine flows, or when after urinating, they still feel there's some urine left in the bladder. When you have an enlarged prostate with these symptoms, your chances of getting an erectile dysfunction is very high. What we've also seen is patients with depression, there are 40%, there's a 40% chance of them also having erectile dysfunction compared to men without depression. So we need to think about our mental health as well. When they come to the hospital, as I said, the sexual history is often an uncomfortable subject for many men. We need to establish a good patient rapport in order to form an honest and effective patient-physician relationship. A sufficient sexual history should involve questions about the sexual orientation of the man, his current sexual relationships, the emotional status, when symptoms of erectile dysfunction started, how his arousal, erection, and ejaculation are, and whether he experiences pain during sex. We've also seen that body image plays a major role in sexual confidence. So people sometimes look at their body and then they even lose the desire to engage in sexual intercourse. The description of erections and ejaculations are important to determine the type of dysfunction. There's something we call nocturnal erections. As a man, when you are waking up from sleep, usually at dawn, you see that you have an erection, like what we call morning wood, like it's standing. Yes. So and it's supposed to happen. It tells us that the mechanism that brings your erection is intact. Anytime you take a history from a man who is having good morning erections, but then when it's time to have sex, he's unable to have an erection, then you should know his problem is not because of a disease condition, it's more psychological. Yes, so you have to refer that individual to see a psychosexual therapist. Yes, so history taking is very key to know where to put your patient. And patients who present with painful erections, for them, or those who have painful ejaculation, you have to evaluate for lower urinary tract infections. Once the infections are treated, they will be fine. You have to also check whether the prostate gland is enlarged, as I said. And there are instances that you have to perform a digital rectal exam on the man. Usually after age 40, we advise as men to check our PSA, prostate-specific antigen. Yes, when it's going up, an intervention can be given. There are other times too that we examine the prostate ourselves by, let's examine the prostate by doing a rectal exam. Yes, if the prostate is enlarged and you do a rectal exam, you will know. Or when it's nodular, which is a pointer to cancer, prostate cancer, you would also know. So I would advise most of our men beyond the age of 40 to try and visit the hospital and have some of these screenings to be done for them. Let's look at the treatment modalities when it comes to erectile dysfunction. The initial treatment involves lifestyle modifications, so exercises, having quality sleep, checking your diet, incorporating lots of fruits and vegetables, nuts, yes. And then you can switch to the Mediterranean diet. The Mediterranean diet basically is a diet that is rich in fruits and vegetables and healthy fats like olive oil, and you cut down processed foods, cut down on refined sugars, yes, and take more of salmon, reduce your intake of red meat. All these would help improve your erectile function. For those who smoke, it's advised that you stop smoking. Those who use recreational drugs, it's advised you stop using them. For alcohol, to be hard, well, it's advised to stop, but then if you can't stop, you have to drink in moderation. And if you have diabetes or high levels of cholesterol, make sure you are seeing your doctor to have that controlled, because if the sugars are not well controlled, that can even kill you, and you might not even live to work on your erectile dysfunction problem. There are counseling sessions that can be held for individuals who have like oxytocin and terazosin. So you need to know, you need to give the doctor sildenafil, your antihypertensive, generally safe to take when common antihypertensives like Olipine, There are natural ways to also improve the quality of your erections. So there are natural ways to improve the quality of erections. I don't know whether you've heard of Kegel exercises. Kegel exercises are pelvic floor exercises that are good for both men and women. In women, after childbirth, we encourage them to do Kegels to help tone up their pelvic floor so that they don't end up having their uterus falling out after 2 or 3 deliveries, vaginal deliveries. Yes, so it's something that we teach our women to do. And once you do it as a woman, it gives you better control over your bladder. For some women, after vaginal birth, when they cough, they leak urine. When they laugh, they leak urine. Yeah, so when you teach them how to do the Kegel exercises, it tones up their pelvic floor muscles and they don't suffer these conditions like urinary incontinence or anal fecal incontinence or their vaginal musculature being too lax. Some people after delivery will come to the consulting room and tell you that their husbands claim they no longer enjoy sexual intercourse with them. And it's all because the pelvic area has become lax from the vaginal delivery. Yeah, so when you teach them how to do the Kegels, it improves the tone of the pelvic muscles and their sexual functions are restored. For men, Kegels have been proven to help men have stronger, powerful erections, and also you are able to overcome the premature ejaculation. So for men, it's a twofold thing. It's giving you stronger erections and also making you have sex for longer. So we are all encouraged to know how Kegels are done. I'll demonstrate it to you. So for what you're supposed to do is you have to squeeze the muscles, the pelvic floor muscles. So you have to identify the muscles. An easier way to do is try to hold and squeeze the anal muscles in. Let's say you want to fart and you don't want the fat to come out. So you hold it and pull. So you are squeezing your anal muscles. Basically, you are squeezing the circular area around the anal region. As you hold and squeeze, you hold for like 5 seconds and then you release. You hold for like 5 seconds and then you release. For men, if you do it properly, you should feel the testes moving up, the penis moving up a bit. If you're able to isolate the muscle and contract, as in you hold it in and pull, yes. There should be some level of shift in the testicles and in the penis. And once you hold, you have to hold for like 5 seconds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you release. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to have 3 sets of that. So a set should have 10 repetitions. Hold, release, 10 times. You're supposed to do 3 sets. One set should be 3 sets of 10 repetitions in the morning, 3 sets of 10 repetitions in the afternoon, 3 sets of 10 repetitions in the evening. Once you do that consistently, and when you are determined, you would see the results. Yes. So YouTube videos, when you go on YouTube, there are videos that can help you do that. And just note that you're supposed to do 3 sets of 10 repetitions in the morning, in the afternoon, and the evening. It can be done while you are sitting down. It can be done while you lie supine. It can be done while you stand. Just ensure that you are isolating and contracting the pelvic floor muscles. Once you do that, you are good to go. It takes about 4 weeks for you to see the results. But studies have shown that once it's done adequately, your erection quality goes up, your ejaculatory control also improves. And for women, you tone up your pelvic floor muscles, and chances of you getting a pelvic floor prolapse would also, pelvic organ prolapse would also be decreased. So what are the tips for success of doing a Kegel exercise? You're not supposed to flex your abdominal muscles or your buttocks or your thigh muscles when doing the Kegel. Do not hold your breath, and instead exhale while you're contracting. You have to be consistent. So daily practice is key to achieving results, often noted after 3 to 6 weeks. So you can start this. Give yourself 3 weeks. Just do your Kegels morning, afternoon, evening, and see whether you would not notice any improvement on your erectile quality. when we take the quality of life burden on ED, depression and anxiety are common complaints among men with ED. Men with erectile dysfunction suffer from higher rates of absenteeism and work productivity loss than men without ED. So their focus is on resolving their erectile dysfunction. They might be at work, but their productivity is low because they have issues that needs to be addressed. Or they might not even show up at work at all. Yeah, so it's something that has social consequences, not only for the partner. A study showed that females had decreased satisfaction in the sexual relationship and engage in sexual activity less frequently after their partner developed erectile dysfunction. So you have your woman is bored, and when you even touch her, she gives you an attitude because she knows probably either you're not going to last, or when you start the game, it will be over in yeah. So just because a man has erectile dysfunction, it's in a way affects the sexual health of the woman. They tend not to, their libido drops just because their partner has erectile dysfunction. So it's something that we need to address. So in conclusion, the etiology of male sexual dysfunction should be investigated for the root cause in the patient. Clinicians should perform a thorough history and physical examination before treatment of these patients to prevent misdiagnosis. And appropriate treatment modality should be offered afterwards to alleviate the physical and emotional burden this dysfunction has on men and their partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question. One more question, that is it. Please, one question. Don't ask multiple questions, please. The plan is not supposed to manage the time so that we can put the open forum before we leave.
Hello?
Thank you for the wonderful job. Yes, it's a topic everybody is far away from it. But I want to find out whether our habits is also predisposing us to issues of water consumption. Because we have this, some of us, we see we have this of imports. We are told that it's even more dangerous. So I want to find out what I want to do that. Yes, to face this problems.
So
was asking the head of two or three wives. Sometimes you go to one wife, you perform very well. Another wife, you can't. So how do you do that?
all right, so let me address the questions on the floor. Yes, so I'll start with the food aspect. Exactly, foods. One thing we should note is, even with a normal diet, when you take it in excess, it can become abnormal. Like everything we eat is converted to sugar and fat. Whatever you eat is converted to sugar and fat. So you're supposed to eat in moderation and exercise. Back then, we used to say that eating more than 2 eggs in a day is bad. But now the American Cardiology, Society of American Cardiologists are saying it's healthy to actually take 2 eggs a day, and it's just fine. Yeah, so we must be more proactive by doing our annual checks to know the levels of your cholesterol, to know the levels of your sugar, to know the levels of your other parameters that may impede on your health. Yes. So when it comes to food, try and then do exercises alongside, and you'll be fine. You can eat and exercise, and you'll be fine. They always say that exercising is a cheat code to eating. So you can eat more and exercise and burn your calories, you'll be fine, right? Yes. And then with the hospital visits with the women, with our partners, you know, when they come along, they tell the history better. That is what we have observed. Sometimes the men are not too detailed to tell you what the exact problem is. But when the partner is there, you'll be surprised at things she can tell you and say. You, the man, would even be surprised. Yeah, so it's always ideal that when such a problem is on the floor, you come with your partner. They are very good at giving detailed descriptions of things. Right. And then our women must have a way of addressing this issue when it comes to like sexual dysfunction. You know, when you keep telling the man that, oh, you're not working well, it affects him psychologically. Maybe what he has is something, maybe high cholesterol, which can be addressed. But then you keep hammering that you're not doing well. Anytime you come to bed, within a few seconds, it's over and you are snoring. It will get to him. It will get to him, and eventually he will just lose total interest in sex with you and might end up going out. And funny enough, when they go out, they rather go and they perform better when they go out. So I beg you, when such issues happen, when such issues happen, please, you know, men, we have an ego thing. Try and talk to us in a nice way, and the problem will be addressed. And for our men, please, when there's a problem at home and your woman wants to talk, please allow her to talk. Allow her to talk. Because some might decide not to talk. They will be like, okay, By the time you realize things have gone bad. So if there's an issue of, let's say, premature ejaculation, get that addressed with your partner, see a doctor. As I said, it can be resolved. So just have that conversation with your partner, go to the hospital and have that issue resolved. Trust me, if you're able to satisfy your woman well in bed, you will notice the difference at home. You will notice. No one would even tell you. As they say, a happy wife is a happy home. Yeah, so please, always listen to your partners. And with the office conditions, sitting for prolonged hours is not healthy. After an hour or two, try and walk around to help move blood up and down your body. And also exercise. Exercise is one key thing that we have to do. If you have the energy, try and do squats. If you can do push-ups too, fine. If that is a problem, then just do brisk walking, 30 minutes every day. That's okay. It will all help improve your cardiovascular system and build your endurance to engage in sexual intercourse. And then for sexual incompatibility, let's say you have 2 or 3 sexual partners. You realize you do very well with one and then you don't do so well with the others. It has to do with sexual compatibility. So for those you are not really compatible with, try and find out why you are not compatible with that person and then get that issue resolved. Thank you. Yeah. In my hospital, we have there's a herbal department. Some patients opt to be seen by the herbal department. The research has shown that there are some herbal products that improve the erectile function as well as the arousal of the man. You know, sildenafil only works on the erectile function, and it doesn't really touch on your libido. But most of these herbal medications will touch on your libido, so you get aroused, and then you'd have stronger erections as well. So herbal products that contain ginseng, Korean ginseng, herbal products that have maca, and then some products that have ginkgo biloba. Once you have these products in that preparation, just note that it has positive effect on the erectile function, and we recommend such products as well. Thank you.
Inverse relationship between the age of women growing up and that of men because of their appetites for intimate satisfaction. And as accountants, we need motivation to break the balance. How can we inject reconciliation in this inverse relationship with equilibrium? Thank you very much.
So basically, we the men would have to be more active, do more physical activities. Once you exercise, you naturally build your testosterone levels, and your desire for sex would go up. Yeah, so try not to be sedentary. Just do more exercises. Basically, squats. More of squats. When you squat, you increase your testosterone level, you increase your growth hormone level. So please, if you can't do any exercise at all, try and incorporate squats into your routine, and it's going to go a long way to help your sexual health. Thank you.
Well, let's show appreciation to him. I said for security reasons we're not going to disclose the entire topic to you. But you agree with me that this is a very, very useful topic that we have actually discussed. And I want to say that this is almost like a whole of government approach that must be adopted. Before we continue, let me present to you the Executive Secretary of CLOSAC, who has just joined us. Please, let's show appreciation to him. Yes, you are welcome. Yes, you are welcome. So, colleagues, it's our responsibility, and that is why I said the whole of government approach. The women must also be helpful. Some of them will literally kick you out of contests. Because if they consistently indicate that you are performing below par, then you are not even motivated at all. And the food that you prepare for us must also have this also in mind. It's very important because you can make us by virtue of what is it that you give us to eat or not to eat. Of course, as men, we have to do a lot ourselves. And one of the simplest things that we can do, Doc, is the fact that even routine brisk walk. Myself and Kwesi, we do a lot of walk every weekend. We're in Legon, climbing the hill. On my own, I do not less than 25-30 kilometers a week, almost every week. I should show you that we are still in active service. We are still in what? Active service. Even though we have deployed our troops, they are not in the barracks yet. I hope you understand. So for us, Doc, we are grateful. We need more of this education, especially so when all these things also have implication on productivity. Somebody comes to the office very moody. You understand, not meeting his target, not meeting her target, and all these things have implications. Sometimes it will take a lot of probing, and these are also very sensitive issues that you can't even identify. So I'm sure that we will take the structures very seriously and use them, deploy them. These are things that we can easily apply for the benefit of all of us When you are healthy, you are deploying, you are achieving your targets at home, you certainly will achieve your targets in the office. And then the nation subsequently will benefit. Thank you very much. Let's show appreciation again to Doc. I hand over to you, and thank you for supporting this enterprise. Thank you very much. MC, would you want to take the mic and earn your wages, continue to earn your wages legitimately? Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the program.
Chairman, thank you very much. The way you spoke, I didn't have the reason to question why you are a doctor, just that you are an academic doctor. But you spoke like a medical doctor about performance and achieving targets, both domestically and officially. Please, let's put our hands together for head of service. And so it's time for, we want to finish everything when we step out. We're not coming back here again. And so it's time for family caucus, where we're going to talk about issues that concern us. And so I would humbly invite the Controller and Accountant General, Mr. Kuseje, to come and take over the microphone.
Thank you. So,
hello.
I'll be the MC for this program. Good. Before we start with the forum, we want to. Oh, you're not going out because of time. Oh, you can still stand if you want to. No problem. Yeah. We want to. Before we start, we want to call on Mr. Bampo. Even though we invited him for the opening was yesterday. The Vice President was here, and all the dignitaries were here. We were expecting you yesterday. We are almost done. We are just about to start with an open forum. And we want to invite you to say some few words, just 5 minutes. Then after that, we will respectfully ask that you meet us at the dinner, so we can have our forum, and then at the dinner, we'll be there and we'll meet you at the dinner. But then you can just come and then just say some few words to us, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Praise the Lord. Please, let's be seated. Thank you.
Well, I've been given 5 minutes to say something. So I'll choose what I think is the most topical issue in Controlling Accountant General as of now. I know some of my colleagues were not happy with certain comments that CLOSAC made when it comes to the Constitutional Review Committee's recommendation that controller be made an authority or semi-authority. But we need to be very, very careful about what we are getting to. We need to read, and read well. The objective of CLOSAC is the well-being of our members. So anything that we think will endanger the well-being of our members, we take action. When the Constitutional Review Committee report came out, we brought together a team, both academic and practitioners in public service. Most of our recommendations were based on how the recommendations of the Constitutional Review Committee impact the governance, structure, more basically the neutrality of the civil service. Let me take Controlling Accountant General. One of the key recommendations was that Controlling Accountant General staff will be appointed by the council, what council do we call it? What council? It's just that a council, that consultative council. What? The Council of State. Thank you. The question is, do they have the institutional capacity? If you are not careful, we are going to compromise neutrality. Our parliamentary committees will have supervisory responsibility over the controlling accountant general. There is something already in existence. And in the PFM Act, is it not going to complicate matters? Now, I know the most important thing that we are happy when they say we are going to on authority is our salary and conditions of service. But the recommendations did not mention anything about conditions of service. No. It did not mention anything about conditions of service. No, you can check. You can check. Let me give you an example of the audit service. We are all familiar with the audit service. In the audit service, you can check Article 187, Clause 3. It was stated there that their terms and conditions of service will be determined by their board in consultation with the Public Service Commission. This one, there was no provision. There was no provision. So, no, you can check. Go and check Article 187. There was no provision. What it meant was that, and we've had examples. You can check Lands Commission, TVET. They were moved from the civil service structure and put on the public service structure, and their salaries reduced. As of now, we are in court. So you can ask your payroll people. We are in court trying to restore them back because in Ghana, you cannot reduce anybody's salary. I think my time is up. So, per our review of the recommendations, we felt that it's going to endanger, it's going to bring chaos. We had to bring this to their attention. To their attention that if you want us to be an authority, make provisions for our terms and conditions. That's it. If you make provisions. And one important thing, the recommendations did not establish a board for CAG. If you look at all the service, there's a board. But the recommendations never recommended a board. So that's that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bampo, I also read the review committee's report. And just like you said, there are some of them that were also not, will have responded to. But we were also expecting that as controller, once you've seen something like this, you all have just all look at it instead of going out there to attack us. I think that was something that we thought. Yes. And there's one particular issue that they said that all approval for payment should be made by the controller. We as controller, we are not in favor of that. It is something that approval should not be made by the controller. We think that it should be approved by the Minister for Finance. So it's something that we ourselves will look at, and we're also going to write to the Attorney General. So if you had actually contacted us, we will all have come out with a unified one, and then we will have gone that. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Because of time, deputies, the idea was that we'll ask you to say some few things, but I think we know what you all do. So maybe we'll go straight to the questions if you have any issues. Then when there are questions that I think are
beyond me, then I'll ask you to come in and then offer some. Yeah. Please, let's just make it brief so we can go for our lunch and then prepare for the dinner. Yeah.
Okay, so our questions should be straightforward, either question or suggestion. So, first, your name and where you're coming from, then we can take it up from there.
My name is George East District Assembly. My first issue is about Central Regional Office. Our papa, as the nature of our regional office is so serious. The office the building used to house 14 units. And now we are left with 3. That is CHED, Ghana Education Service, and former.
Equally, we have emphasized that technology alone is insufficient. It must be underpinned by transparency and a strong culture of accountability. As custodians of public purse, we must continue to uphold the highest standard of integrity, ensure that strict compliance with financial regulations, and respond decisively to the Auditor General's findings. Let us remain committed to reducing audit infractions or audit irregularities, strengthening the internal controls and ensuring that every CD entrusted to us delivers value for the citizens we serve. The conference has also highlighted the importance of collaboration within our department, across ministries, departments, and agencies, and with our key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Finance, the Bank of Ghana, GIFMIS, and the development partners, the oversight institutions, the Auditor General, the Ghana Audit Service, and then the Public Accounts Committee, and the broader financial ecosystem. And as we return to our respective stations, I urge all of us to translate the knowledge gained here into concrete action. Let us embrace innovation, champion transparency, and strengthen accountability in our daily work. The true measure of the conference will not be the discussions we have had, but the impact we create going forward. On behalf of the management, top management, I express my sincere appreciation to all our resource persons, even though they are not here. Okay, a few of them are here. Mark is here and Nee is here. Organizers and Dr. Day, we thank you for your time. You came yesterday and you are still with us today. Thank you very much. And partners and participants for your invaluable contributions. Your commitment and dedication have made this conference a success. In closing, let us move forward with a shared vision, one that places technology at the heart of our operations. Transparency at the core of our processes, and accountability is our guiding principle. Together, we will build a public financial management system that is efficient, credible, and capable of supporting Ghana's sustainable development. Before I say thank you, I want to see the members of the planning committee who are here with us, Safas, and your team. I think you've done very well as compared to what happened last year in Ho. Yes. So, Afi, all the committee members want them to know you. You know. What about the rest? Good. Afi was the chairman of the committee. He did very well. And then, so you are the the coordinator. Oh, okay. So the chairman, coordinator, and the rest are members. Done also. And then the host. Of course, the planning committee. No more. So thank you very much. I mean, we will all testify to it that it has been well organized. Apart from the lights, that one you have no control over it. But the food and everything as compared to who, I think it was well organized. And I know next year you do better than this. But you've done very well. I just want them to see the people behind. You know, sometimes it's like you go to a restaurant, the food is nice, you don't see the people preferring the food. You only see the waiter, is that also people serving. But they have done a very good job. So thank you very much. And thank you. So thank you for your participation, commitment, and service to our nation. God bless you all, and God bless Ghana. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think we should put our hands together for Controller as well. And do same for top management. So please, let's put our hands together for them. Because management can summon the planning committee to about a marathon of meetings, making sure that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. They kept us on our feet. So please, let's give it up to them one more time. The success rests on their shoulders. And I think you should also clap for yourself. You really conducted yourself well. We had some few hitches. You accommodated it. So please clap for yourselves. At this juncture, let me invite Reverend Ndebugre to come and give us the vote of thanks.
Controller and Accountant General, Deputy Controllers, permit me to stand on the already existing protocols to convey messages of gratitude to all of you. I think Controller has made my work easy, and Dosu also made my work easy. All and sundry, it's been a wonderful conference. We've had thought-provoking presentations, and I think we have some take-homes that we are taking home, back to our regions, back to our departments, and I think it is going to get a long way to take us far. All I can say is, Controller, God bless you for leading us here. We've had a wonderful time. I know you've been blessed. I've been blessed myself. So thank everybody. God bless you all.
Please, let's be on our feet whilst I invite our Northeast Regional Director, Alhaji Seidu Yusuf, to come and lead us with the closing prayer. But please take note that at 6:30 p.m. we are meeting at the poolside for the awards and dinner dance. Get prepared, because when you come after the dance, we'll have the after party. So your father calls you. Someone left his power bank. Identify it and come and collect it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's be in the mood of prayer. Almighty Allah, we thank you for bringing this program to a successful end. We thank you for our traveling mercies. We pray that you take us back to our various destinations safely. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Rahmanir rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin.
Thank you. Please, we are going for our lunch. ACAGs, we are going to the banquet hall near the poolside. VIPs and the regional directors, you're going to the lounge. The rest of us, we're going to the poolside. Let's be fast, because we want to set up the place for the dinner. Enjoy the lunch and enjoy your dinner too. Have a very blessed day. Bye-bye.